unequal distribution.
Blacks and Latinos continue to lag behind whites in vaccination rates.
These shots are not reaching all of those who need it most.
We knew many patients would have significant barriers. We knew addressing those hurdles would require hard work, not just from BMC.
Non-stop right now.
We are trying to reach out to people in our own community to talk to people, to allay their fears, to give them facts.
Welcome to the dialogue of the COVID vaccination with the Cape Verdean community leaders.
Es la misma tecnología que se usa para la vacuna de Ebola, que viene Ebola y ha hecho que el Ebola no cruce para acá, es lo mismo, pero para COVID.
About the COVID-19 vaccine. So ask questions, engage with us. We're here for you. We've heard it all and we want to hear more, so get your questions to us.
I think we need to do ongoing education. Black professionals like myself are going into communities to talk about the trust gap and why we believe in these vaccines.
The goal is to not just be a hospital and expect people to come to you all the time, but going out to where people are.
We are very excited to establish the Hyde Park YMCA. This is a partnership for impact.
Hi, my name is Quincy Miller. I'm the president of Eastern Bank, and I just came to get my vaccination here at the Russell Auditorium.
Bishop John Borders is pastor of Morning Star Baptist Church. His church has partnered with Boston Medical Center to offer COVID vaccinations to community members.
We decided to get involved to show this collaboration between the church and hospitals, science and faith.
A new vaccination clinic opened in Roxbury this morning. The 12th Baptist Church partnered with Boston Medical Center.
I am so thankful that BMC has led on engaging ministers, community leaders, and those who have a pulse on what's happening in our neighborhood to ensure that we are having the right conversations as it relates to the COVID-19 vaccine.
You can walk out of your door, out of your classroom, and then walk into a facility and get vaccines where you feel comfortable.
Now change is in the air, and a chance to give back to the things we love is right in front of us.
Nous sommes un peuple qui doit socialiser.
Las sonrisas para poder planificar juntos las cosas que nosotros queremos.
Getting the vaccine feels like I'm doing the right thing. The more of us that get vaccinated, the sooner we can get back to the things we love.
As Latinos, you have the responsibility to educate yourself.
Un gran nivel de desinformación.
People will look like me, who are hesitant plus one. Pali avec n'importe mon dans domaine médical.
Boston Medical Center has been a champion of partnering with local-based community organizations, faith-based organizations, community health centers, and others to do outreach into communities of color and into those parts of Greater Boston that have been most disproportionately affected by COVID. BMC is vaccinating nearly 4 times as many Black community members as compared to the state, and twice as many Latinx members.
And what I'm hoping is that COVID would remind us of the importance of public health and investing in public health.
We actually hope that this level of engagement, this type of engagement, doesn't end with the vaccine.
Boston's battle against COVID-19 has raged for over a year. The pandemic is still not over, but life-saving vaccines are here. All across the city of Boston, COVID vaccines are spreading hope.
The arrival of the first COVID-19 vaccines at Boston Medical Center was cause for celebration.
two.
fighting this
Check 1 2.
virus.
How's
But
that?
with the vaccine rollout,
Check
we
1
saw
2.
the potential for unequal distribution.
Check check check.
Statewide, blacks and Latinos continue to lag behind
Check
whites in
1 2.
vaccination rates.
These shots
Check
are
1
not
2.
reaching all of those who need it most.
Good with the levels?
We knew many patients would have significant barriers. We knew addressing those hurdles would require hard work.
1
not just from
2.
BMC
Testing
personnel,
1
but
2.
also from
Check.
community
Oh
leaders
my.
and organizers. We
Check.
knew we were up to the task.
Check. Check. 1 2. Check. 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 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. This is crazy, cause right here, I'm very low on here, like barely, and well yeah. So out of here, I just go into one of the XLRs. I basically unplug the receivers. These two receivers, and plug them onto here. Is there an amp volume? The amp volume here, but I brought it down. It actually makes it worse when you bring down the amp volume. Yeah, it makes it worse because I know exactly. I mean, I was trying to every option I get. We bring down the check. See, a lot worse. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Check 1 2 1 2. Yeah, that's that's the closest for decent signal that you.
Testing. Testing, testing, testing. That's just, I think that's just my voice. I'm sorry. Testing. Mass Bioed 2022. 1, 2. Un, deux, trois. Got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Huh? Oh, oh, oh.
Thank you.
One, me?
Here, I can
Oh,
I
oh,
can
oh.
do this. Do you have something else you need to be doing?
Just downloading.
My master goes into the house, so.
But it's just
Almost done.
Yeah. You probably have other stuff to do.
Oh, okay. So now. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna copy that and put it on his thumb drive.
Oh my God, that's going to take a while though too. Can we open it? Can we open the document? Okay, I just want to take.
Okay. This is just their thumb drive I'm downloading it to. So
Okay. Is there a clicker for this? So if you can show me how to use that, that would be awesome. And I'm gonna put this in slideshow mode. Okay. Oh, and you can see the beginning.
Forward.
Can you forward? What if I have to go backwards? I don't, but if I need to? Or do I just do it on the computer if I need to? So that's backwards.
They make it red because they want to make sure you know what you're doing.
Okay, is this stay open or doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter.
But that's what you're looking at. Okay.
If this stays open, you know what's coming up next, so you can prepare your comment.
True enough. Okay. Can I test the mic so that you tell me where I need to be?
We can take, as far as reports go and stream go, feel free to.
You'll take what? So should I be like here or should I be like here? Okay, so you don't have to be right on the mic. But I don't have to be here. Okay, so good morning, everyone. We're all good. Hello to my friend Greg Bunn, who I haven't seen in so long. Good morning, Greg. Good morning and welcome to Mass Bioed's Life Science Workforce Conference. You're so welcome. I'm sorry, what's your name? Chris. Can I click from like down there? No, I know, but if I'm clicking for someone else. Thank you.
Over there I did.
Okay, so this is forward and that's backwards. If you
And
need
do
it.
not touch that one because then you'll put a laser in someone's eye.
Okay. All right, I'm going to handle, well,
Hey,
you can try
Emily.
this if you want, but I'm going to handle it for the first 2 slides.
Sure. Does this look good to you in terms of a format?
Yeah, that's great.
So I think it should work. Emily, this is Sunny Schwartz. Emily Greenhagen with Ginkgo Wireless. So Sunny is our CEO.
Are you going to use the clicker?
Or you can,
This is forward, that's backwards if you need it. Click forward, backward if you need it. So you can, but you want to be, close enough to the mic. Your mic. You can't wander. Yeah.
unless you
Yes.
take it off.
Yes. And then there's a confidence monitor here too, so you can see what they see. That's great. I'm going to hang on to this.
Great. Anything else? We're solving as we go.
Good morning. We are extremely punctual. It's 9 o'clock, and here we are. My name is Javier Ceballos, and I have the honor of being the president of Framingham State University. And it is my real pleasure to welcome you today to the Mass BioEd 7th Annual Massachusetts Life Science Workforce Conference. and of course to welcome you to the Framingham State University campus. And I know that we have been waiting for this for the last 3 years to happen, and we are delighted that we can really make it happen today. I also want to recognize Secretary Rosalind Acosta. I don't know if she has arrived. She is a personal friend and a great friend of the institution, and someone who understands that workforce development and education are the same thing. They go hand in hand. And so, I'm delighted that she's going to be joining us a little bit later this morning. As I said, we're honored to host this year's conference and to discuss the topic of education, inclusion, retention for an expanded and diverse science workforce that is crucial for Massachusetts. I know that all of us saw the story in the Boston Globe on Sunday about how life sciences are moving out of Cambridge into other areas. Well, it has been happening in the Metro West area already for a number of years. We have had quite a number of life sciences companies moving here. So we are excited to host this conference this year in Metro West that is becoming a hub, as Cambridge is. We have had a significant role as a university in educating people in the life sciences. I would like to highlight one recently fairly new initiative, although it's like 5 or 6 years old, that is our Professional Science Master's Degree, PSM, in biotechnology, specializing in quality assurance, that provides industry-focused scientific and management training to life science professionals and positions them to future success in managerial and supervisory roles as they advance their careers. And that was the work and the result of the efforts of Suni Tan, who is our Dean of Graduate School and one of the leading forces in organizing this conference today here. So I want to personally thank Suni for his work and recognize him for his efforts in doing this. So for both the master's degree conference things, it's great to have you. Later on in the afternoon, I think that you're going to hear from Dr. Irene Porro, the director of our McAuliffe Center for Integrated Sciences and Learning here at FSU, which is an organization that brings thousands of children every year to this campus to do hands-on science. And again, as we're looking at the development of science and technology in the Commonwealth, reaching the children in 5th, 6th, 7th grade is crucial to make sure that they really get into the path to understanding how important this field is. So you will hear from Dr. Porro later on. And with that, again, I just welcome you to the campus. I know that you have a busy agenda, and it's going to be a great day. And actually, it's even outside it's starting to be a great day. So, we cannot complain about anything. So, welcome.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Dr. Ceballos, for your comments. And Sunny, it's great to reconnect with you as well, and fantastic. I started my career in Boston here in Framingham with Genzyme. So it's great to see how much has happened here in this region and, of course, across the state and the Commonwealth. So I'm Chris Murphy. I'm the chair of Mass Bioed Foundation. I've been associated with Mass Bioed for 9 years now. It's been a fantastic journey with Mass Bioed, and on behalf of the board and Sunny and her team, welcome. Welcome this morning. We're really excited to be in person. We haven't been in person since 2019, and for those online as well, virtually, thank you for joining. There's a lot of energy I could feel already in the room, which is fantastic. Good breakfast as well, which helps. But there's a lot we're going to cover, and Sunny will walk you through the agenda in a minute. So when I think about life science industry in Massachusetts, there's probably 4 areas I think about. We're going to get into all these areas, I think, at some point as it relates to workforce. It's always about people, first off. It's number one is people, and every experience I've had in this industry, doesn't matter the technology, doesn't matter what discovery you made as far as a product, it matters the people you have in your workforce, number one. And I think about the pandemic, and I think about how much the workforce delivered for the good of the world. And really, so much of that innovation came out of this region, out of Massachusetts. And it's interesting because there was an investment 30-odd years ago to build life science industry and biotechnology here in the Commonwealth. And that's how you get a vaccine in about 6 months. You do that investment. So it's been really phenomenal. And as I think of where we're headed, I think there's great demand continuing for talent. And because there's advanced therapies that now are being brought forward to treat patients in need. There's still many people in need of treatment and families that need these medicines. So we need to continue building that workforce here. And there's really no better place in the world to develop medicines, in my experience. I'm not from these parts. I'm from New Jersey, as I love to tell people, but I've lived here now 20 odd years, and it is a remarkable incubator for discovery, research, innovation, and for this industry. And frankly, it's all driven by the best people. And being associated with Mass Bioed Foundation, there's really 4 areas I think about. First off, our life sciences apprenticeship program, which really does provide classroom training combined with on-the-job entry-level positions in the industry. And Carla, who's here in Mass Bioed, has done an amazing job launching that program last year. And we really are looking to expand the pool of workers in this industry, really with a focus on diversity and inclusivity. I think that's a huge part of this initiative. And we really do want to find folks that have not experienced work in this industry and really introduce them to it. Personally, I got out of university many years ago, and I have had the gift and the privilege of working in this industry, and we hope that many others could find that opportunity here, and there's plenty of opportunities to be had in this Metro West area as well as in Boston and even western parts of the state. Our BioTeach capabilities, led by Michelle Mischke, we're going in and teaching educators how to teach science, basically, laboratories, things like that. It's been an amazing program for many years now, and this is really helping middle and high school students get engaged and get energized in science. So this is something the foundation has focused on. In addition, convening conferences like this, right? How do we bring educators together? How do we bring innovators, different elements of this whole ecosystem together to really learn more about the opportunities, and how do we weave in creating this pipeline of talent? It starts early. How do we get folks engaged early on in the opportunities in this industry? And then, of course, make those connections with companies that are hiring, for example. And, of course, we need to provide career information, such as our jobs report, or employment outlook report is a better way to say it, which came out earlier this week. And later on today, you'll also hear from Joe Boncourt, who's sorry, that wasn't me. You'll hear from Joe Boncourt, who's the CEO of Mass Bio. Okay. I didn't touch anything, I promise. Okay. And Joe will talk a bit more about also the Mass Bio report that went out as well this week. So with that, I want to turn it over to Sunny Schwartz, who's the CEO of Mass Bioed Foundation, and she's going to walk us through the agenda and really this exciting action-packed day ahead of us. So again, welcome, and I look forward to connecting with some of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I want to join everyone in just saying welcome. Welcome to the 7th annual Mass Bioed Life Science Workforce Conference. We're so excited. For those of you here in the room, we very much welcome everyone. Hello from the live stream. And I hope you're ready today not just to listen. Right now you're sitting and listening, but we're going to have a lot of interactive parts of the day. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your ideas. We want to hear your questions. There's going to be time for small group discussions. So just for a quick overview of Mass Bioed, we are a nonprofit organization, and we're dedicated to building and sustaining the life sciences workforce in Massachusetts, really with a focus on diversifying the workforce and providing opportunities for people to enter the field. And we do this by serving all parts of the workforce, the emerging workforce of middle and high school students, the imminent workforce of college students and adults who are closer to getting a job, and the incumbent workforce of current life sciences workers. And our 2 major departments and key programs that Chris touched on is BioTeach. And under BioTeach, we provide curriculum for middle and high school students and teachers. We do a lot of teacher training and mentoring, and we give equipment grants to schools so that they have the equipment to lead these hands-on biotechnology labs. And then our Access program works in underserved districts to provide both biotechnology education and career exposure over several years of education in both middle and high school. And under our BioTalent program, we provide many avenues for career exploration. guys are not. Sorry, my confidence monitor is not giving me a lot of confidence because it has a different slide up. But I can see what you can see. There we go. So under biotalent, we have a lot of avenues for career exploration, both for youth, college students, and adults. And we provide professional training courses for incumbent workers. And we also provide labor market information on the needs of the industry, which is what you're going to hear about a lot today. And last year, we launched the Life Sciences Apprenticeship Program, which is expanding the pool of workers to new and diverse talent while helping companies fill critical vacancies. So last year, we trained 175 teachers through free professional development workshops, who in turn provided biotechnology education to 12,000 students. 100% of the districts that we are providing our access program in were economically disadvantaged or high need. We're also providing training to nearly 500 professionals in our incumbent worker training through technical and soft skills. In the apprenticeship program in our pilot year, 60% of the students were people of color, and 97% transitioned from the classroom to on-the-job training. And you'll hear a little more about the apprenticeship program later, but this year so far, 70% of the students are people of color. And I'm emphasizing that because this industry has set a goal to diversify, and it's been challenging, and you're gonna hear about that too. And so Mass Bioed wants to do our part to continue to open up opportunity to new and diverse talent in this wonderful industry. So if you'd like to get involved, if you're inspired, you can see we have many around a career exploration flyer. There's a table in the exhibit hall, which you'll see, which has these on there. And when we get into the other room, there's one of these on every table. So you can see there's several QR codes. If you are interested in becoming a speaker to talk to students, if you're a school. Maybe it's the paper. All right. Now I know how you feel, Chris. If you're a school and you'd like to host a student, or if you're a company and you would like to host students, you can find more information there. Or you can always just email volunteer@massbioed.org. Are we good? Are we happy? All right. Of course. New microphone. You know, what I have to say isn't that important, but when you hear from John, you want to really hear about the data. That's really important. So we can't have any mic issues then. So I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't thank our sponsors. So before going over the agenda, I want to thank all of our sponsors, without whose support we wouldn't be here today. So first, Suffolk University, our premier sponsor. Our breakout sponsor, Sanofi. Alexandria Real Estate and Alnylam Pharmaceuticals, our networking sponsors. Mass Bio, Conixa, and Collegium, our lunch sponsors. And to all of our wonderful session sponsors, thank you so much. Be sure to visit our sponsors in the exhibit booths during the breaks and lunch and the dessert reception. We're gonna take you on a path through Framingham State University and going to the annex. You'll see all the exhibit tables there. So go and say hi. And also, we couldn't do any of the work we do without the support of our funders who fund our work year-round. All of those programs we talked about, we don't charge teachers for, we don't charge students for, and that's because of the generous support of our funders. So, here's a quick overview of today's exciting agenda. You can see the full agenda in your program book. So you're going to hear about Mass Bioed's 2022 Employment Outlook Report in two parts. So first, focusing on the talent needs from industry, and one focusing on the supply of talent. We don't have copies of the report today because we want you to download it from our website. Some of my board members are here and they're going to ask me how many people downloaded the report, and so I have to be able to tell them. So you have to go to the website and do it. There is in the program a QR code, and you can go right to it and download the report. It's free, but then we know how many people downloaded it. So please do that. You can read the whole report. We're also going to hear from labor economists and from MassBio's CEO about their workforce analysis report. We're going to have a chance for small group discussions after a session about what we in the life sciences can learn from how healthcare professionals work to overcome vaccine hesitancy in diverse communities. In the afternoon, we're going to have 2 breakout sessions followed by a dessert reception. So welcome to all the viewers watching us on live stream. We hope you enjoy the presentations. Unfortunately, it's not interactive for you, but if you do have questions later, please feel free to reach out to our team. And for everyone here in person, we really hope that you will engage, ask questions, talk to each other, meet someone new. If you're from academia, meet someone from industry, and the other way around. We have about an even split of government, industry, and academia, which is lovely. So meet someone from somewhere else. So now I am happy to turn it over to my colleague and friend John Brothers, who's MassBioEd's Senior Director of Workforce Development Strategy, for the first part of the Employment Outlook Report.
Thank you so much, Sunny. And thank you, Felix, for the new mic. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a great pleasure to see so many people who I've been able to meet in the short time that I've been with MassBioEd and learned about the amazing work that's happening in the life science industry. We all know how amazing it is in general, but it's until you start getting the details that you really get to know. We are very fortunate, as Sunny mentioned, to have several experts today to help guide us through the challenges that I think we're all aware of, but it's good to learn some of the details and to really understand what type of persistence it's going to take to overcome them, and particularly what type of collaboration. Today I'm going to present some highlights of the 2022 Massachusetts Life Sciences Employment Outlook. And once again, we collaborated with Techonomy, a fantastic firm that knows this industry inside and out, listened and learned along with us to analyze the data. I do want to, before I get started, give a special thanks to my colleague, Carla Talanian, who many of you know and many of you have had the pleasure of working with. Without question, could not be doing this without her. And you're going to be hearing from her a little bit later in the day about some of the work that she is doing and then we are doing. Today I'd like to cover the big picture. First of all, redefining the life science sector employment in Massachusetts, emphasis on the re, and then talk a bit about the hiring demands, trends, and comparisons. Then we're going to break it up a bit, and we're going to listen to our first set of speakers, and we'll be super excited to hear from them about similar topics, both from a government and academic and a industry point of view of tackling and types of success in life sciences. Then we'll come back and talk about the talent solutions later on after the networking break. And we'll see how fast people are able to transition down to the annex. It's a wonderful building, and you're going to get a chance to see what the students experience every day here at Framingham State. First of all, the life science industry concept has been updated in our outlook this year. Historically, MassBioEd has focused on biopharma, and with good reason. That's our history, that's where we've come from, and obviously it is a very large part of the fantastic life science industry in Massachusetts. We do believe at expanding the definition to include medical device production and equipment, the research and development that happens in our hospitals and our colleges is a great way to really educate everyone, educators, students, their families, as to just how big the opportunities are in life sciences and how important life sciences is to our economy. The expanded definition demonstrates that the sector is an even greater driver of our economy and frankly shows no signs of stopping. And so here we have a graph which, forgive me for the numbers being a little bit small, from 2010 all the way to 2021, the increase in employment has just been extensive. And the green section shows us the share of biopharma, which does tend to dominate the numbers in the industry. But we also have a very robust medical device and equipment maker sector, as well as the hospital and college universities, which are obviously the underpinnings, the foundation of the work of the entire industry. Over the last decade, Mass life science industry has grown its employment base by 50% to exceed 121,000 jobs. And as I think everyone here knows, these are great jobs. And it's just a fantastic bedrock institution that is supporting and driving the Massachusetts economy forward. I do want to congratulate many of you here who have had a lot to do with bringing this industry and this sector to where it is today. It's worthy of, it's very impressive. Just to review quickly again, the breakout of biopharma, 86,000 plus jobs, medical devices, about 23,000 jobs, our hospitals and colleges, the research end of things, coming in at 88,000 and 3,700 respectively. Many of you may be familiar with the idea of a location quotient. I will confess, about a year ago, I didn't know what a location quotient is, but it's a fantastic number that really captures the intensity and the influence of the life sciences in our state. A location quotient of 1 is even, and that means that that a industry is as centered in a state as much as it is in the entire country. Anything above 1.2 means that there's a specialization there. And then looking clearly at the big number there, when you're at 3.4, clearly that is a major, major statement of the concentration of the industry compared to the rest of the economy of Massachusetts, and really leads the way. It incredibly leads the way for the country. In addition, for medical devices, a location quotient of 2.5 is also extremely impressive and just demonstrates the amazing work that's happening here in that area. We also have, as many know, a very resilient sector. It has, in the last 3 years, even during the pandemic, continued to be an amazing economic engine for Massachusetts. It grew its employment base by 5.4%, while the state's entire private sector lost 6.5% of its employment base. That's almost a 12% performance differential from the last 3 years. This graph demonstrates the prospects of a new graduate in life sciences may have when coming out of school. Whether it's a PhD student or a graduate from one of our fantastic community colleges. When we look at the private sector, and now I'm testing out my tech. When we look at the private sector, Massachusetts lost 7% of its employment base over this time period. The total life sciences, on the other hand, gained significantly. In both cases, the swing was greater for the green area, which is the state of Massachusetts, versus the entire country. Life sciences, biopharma, clearly led the way. 20% gain in employment from 2018 to 2021. Medical devices had a modest increase, but given COVID, that's impressive nonetheless. In these difficult times, our clinical research in hospitals and in colleges and universities had a very difficult time. And while we're hoping that's going to change, we hope it'll change soon, that has been a challenge. And I think it's a great story to communicate to our students, whether they're in high school, undergrads, or PhDs, of how important it is to learn about careers in our industry and how important the links are between our higher education institutions, our government, and our industry and the great work that students can perform there. Mass life science employment continues to be dominated by high-skilled workers. Again, not frankly a new point. As indicated by the 76% in the top graph for the state of Massachusetts, 76% share of the workforce made up particularly of scientists and managers. The US has, on the other hand, the entire country has a much higher percentage of middle skill workers, technicians, production workers. However, that's largely due to the larger share of production activity happening in the rest of the United States. As production activity is ramping up in Massachusetts, we definitely see this changing, that Massachusetts will have a higher share of middle skill workers, and that is something we hope to talk quite a bit about today. It's really important, and I think, again, well understood. However, it's important to emphasize. We have comparative talent advantages here like no others. We have best in world higher education institutions as a group. And for this sector, I don't think you can emphasize that enough. We have best in world teaching hospitals connected to those higher education institutions as well as to the industry. And of great importance, we have strong public support for education of Massachusetts public school students in general, and specifically through the Massachusetts Life Science Initiative, which I'd like to encourage everybody to assist and support and advocate for a renewal of that support as we move forward. Massachusetts is the leading global hub for life sciences, research, development, and innovation. And frankly, we'd like to keep it that way. We want to keep the rising tide raising all ships here and around the country and around the world. And with the innovation that we have in such strength in Massachusetts, we can continue that. One specific area that has been growing dramatically in recent years has been management occupations in life sciences. And I suspect this is not going to come as news to most of the people in the audience. We've needed to grow, and our industry has become more mature with more professionals in finance, marketing, scientific leadership, data science, information technology. They have experienced more than a 35% growth in these sectors in the last 3 years. And I think that is a good point, as we call them, secondary careers in the sector. Is a good point for us to think about as we move forward into the rest of the day and talk about how we can raise career awareness, not only among our STEM students, not only among our biology students and our biotech students, but among students in other fields as to what are the advantages and what is the power that can come with joining the life science industry. Just another example of, as the industry growing, as talent demands increasingly overlap with tech for IT, data sciences, and such, as I mentioned. To show the share, the green is what we all know. It's our life sciences. Down below, looking at the light blue, we see a dramatic increase between 2010 and 2021 of the number of management positions in our companies. And I'd say that in most cases, people would say it probably hasn't happened fast enough because I think those people are all extremely busy. In addition, we know that the real estate pipeline is booming in Massachusetts for life sciences. And thanks to our partners at JLL, we can report that a full pipeline of 29.3 million square feet of R&D space is going through the system, and particularly 14.5 million square feet is underway. It's happening. And as far as manufacturing, GMP facilities, 2.9 million in the full pipeline with an impressive 2.5 million already underway. This shows that it's not stopping, and we need to make sure that we can find the workforce. As Chris said, it's all about people, to make sure we can fill these spaces. Particularly, not only in the center of things, in Cambridge and Boston, and we will continue certainly to be working hard there, but around the state and seeing the different locations, and I think more to come, where particularly for expanding our production activities. Life science job postings. We know how hard it is to hire now. It's just, we've all felt the pain, myself included. And, but suffice to say that here in Massachusetts, we're working really hard to hire, and we have a higher share of job postings significantly than the rest of the country, which is also working very hard to hire. So it just shows that there is an incredible demand for talent, and there's no one simple answer, but it's important that we look for both short-term answers, and we will absolutely be talking about those today, as well as the long-term answers of making sure that we have that pipeline of students in our schools who are pursuing STEM, who are then understanding the career opportunities, and maybe their parents are understanding the career opportunities that they could have as well as their students could have. So we'll hear a lot more about a career awareness campaign to come. To sum up some of the gaps, these numbers measure the number of anticipated job openings in the life science industry in the coming 5 years compared to the amount of talent coming from Massachusetts schools. And when you compare these two numbers, we have a deficit of 7,000 positions for life sciences over the next 5 years, and a deficit of 4,300 technicians over the next 5 years. And these numbers, I think, are strong. Frankly, they may be a little bit under, particularly on the production side, but they just show that we have a lot of work to do to find the talent that we can, to work these jobs and to retain that talent. So a couple of take-home messages. The life science industry is a vital and still growing part of the Massachusetts economy. Its products make people healthier and improve quality of life for patients and families. I think this is a message that we could do a better job of sharing. The industry has an outsized effect on the overall health and vitality of the Massachusetts economy, and its industries and partners must take extraordinary measures in order to really get at this persistent gap of our workforce. Thank you very much, and now I would like to invite to the stage, well, actually, forgive me. I almost skipped up over Q&A, so I'd like to invite anybody who has a question to please come up, or a comment. Anybody? We have some mics around the room available to come in, so that if you have a question, you can have a moment to think about it, and just put your hand up, and our staff will come, and they've got the, oh, here we go. Thank you.
Hi, Jeff Turgeon. I'm with the Mass Hire Central Region Workforce Board. Excited to be here today. On one of the slides, you had mentioned about the breakout of high skill, middle skill, and entry level. Just wondering what the definition of, like, is that an advanced degree? Is that bachelor's and above? And just kind of how the breakout of the education levels to those jobs.
Thanks for that question, and thanks for coming today. And it's excellent that we have some great representatives of our mass hire system and our government workforce system who are coming to join us today. And I'm really excited, and I hope that we can have more connections between industry, academia, and government today. So the high skills are at least a college degree, if not higher. We're talking, and obviously going up to the PhD. Middle skill workers do not require necessarily a 4-year degree. It could be a 2-year degree, it could be a certificate, it could be a badge, something of that nature. And low skilled workers traditionally is defined as someone who does not have a high school degree. Thank you. Other questions? Yes. Corinne is coming with a mic. Thank you.
Hi, Christian Torstensen with Sanofi, responsible for GMP education here in Framingham at our specialty care facility. One of your graphs spoke about the growth in the life sciences in the positive, but then at the university and the research level dropping down. Any anecdotal explanation for that difference? Is it awareness? Is it chasing the money? Is it, what's causing that?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna say that if anybody in the room has a better answer for that than I would, because I think we have some really good experts in the room about funding for higher education and for in the research and development. And I also might defer to my colleague who's going to be coming up in a minute, if Professor Modestino might even have something to say about that. But I will say that it's a very difficult world, I can say anecdotally, in higher ed. And in order to find funding for research and to make sure you're continually funding and to find funding to grow your lab, to grow your facilities, it can be really difficult. Whereas in the industry has clearly shown this amazing experience and success in a commercial model, which they're able to generate that income and as such to grow. But I will defer to others to perhaps give any more to that. Other questions? Okay. So now I think I can make that transition. So it's a great privilege to invite our next speakers up to the program, up to the podium, and we're incredibly thankful that the Secretary of Labor and Workforce Development for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Rosalind Acosta, a longtime supporter of the life science industry, of higher education, of everything we need here in our sector, has agreed to join us today to moderate the next session. And joining her will be Emily Greenhagen, the head of development for Ginkgo Bioworks, an innovative company headquartered right in Boston. And I'm gonna allow her to tell you more about that because it is really pretty cool. And she can do it much better justice than I. And also Lisa Sasser-Modestino, associate professor at the School of Public Policy and Urban Affairs, Department of Economics, research director at the Dukakis Center of Urban and Regional Policy at Northeastern University, and a brilliant economist. The three of them are going to share from their respective perspectives how we can actually, what are some of the best practices for accessing this incredibly difficult labor market. So thank you very much.
Come on up, ladies. Let's wow this group. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with you. Thank you, John, for that lovely introduction. I love how he used the word brilliant as we convene this panel of ladies. So I was very happy to hear some of the opening remarks from Chris and from Sunny and from John about the challenges that we have in the labor force today. Needless to say that this has been, understatement, a very challenging couple of years. I'm happy to tell you that Massachusetts is a very resilient state. We lost about 700,000 jobs during this entire pandemic, and we've gained back about 90% of those jobs. So we're well on our way. However, I don't want us to get too comfortable with that statistic because the recovery has not been even. And I'll share with you some numbers. And one of the things that the governor did early on in the pandemic was we hired a company to do McKinsey, to do a future of work report, to really evaluate how this pandemic has changed work habits in Massachusetts. Because that's something that, as we think about attracting the new labor force, we really have to think about this as a marketing strategy. It is pure 100% marketing. So it's no longer just an HR function where you tell your HR director, go find me someone. It has to be part of the C-suite conversation. It has to be strategic, because what makes you different than your competitor? How are you going to attract folks that are really concerned about the environment, that are concerned about balance, that are concerned about flexibility? If your job description doesn't say remote or hybrid, and you're just cutting and pasting from the job description before COVID, you're not going to get anybody to call you or email you or link into you, because the priorities have changed. And that's really the biggest difference. When I look at labor force numbers, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, we're kind of there. I think there's like a 20,000 person difference between where we were in the labor force pre-pandemic and where we are now. But the difference is the people's priorities and the challenges are different now than they were pre-pandemic. People are demanding more flexibility. You know, it doesn't take very long to create a habit, and 2 years has created some real habits for folks. Let's face it, commuting isn't fun. And now as you sit in 93 or 90, whatever your preferred highway is, Route 1, and you're sitting there for about an hour and a half, and you're thinking about, wow, if I were home next to my teapot and my puppy, I would be much less stressed, and I wouldn't have to be wasting all this time in the car, right? So we're all really we have to rethink, how do we make this more comfortable? And even in my office, I have found that mandating my folks to come back doesn't work. People just get kind of angry with you. They're like, well, listen, we worked absolutely perfectly for 2 years away from you. I don't need to see you every day. And so what I found now is that I'm not doing the mandate, but people are organically coming back as they see fit. And it's not necessarily, an 8 to 6 or 9 to 5. It's like, you know what, I'm going to come in the morning or after rush hour. Actually, it's rush day. There's no such thing as rush hour anymore. I'm going to come in when it's convenient for me after I drop off the kids or whatever. And then I'm going to leave at about 2 to beat that bad traffic. But I'm going to still be working. And I, frankly, have found the opposite of my workers. I have to tell them to get off their computer because now they're working more than ever. And, when you're going click to click to click in a meeting versus traveling, getting to a meeting, doing all the niceties, which are really great, it takes more time. But I don't want to poo-poo in person, because I think there's a lot of power in this convening. There's a lot of power in the invitation of having people in person. What happens now, and unfortunately, is these virtual meetings, unless you're invited to that meeting, you don't get an audience with whoever's presenting, right? In these scenarios, I came here to talk to you. I didn't invite every single one of you, Mass Bioed did, but I get to meet a whole bunch of people that I wouldn't have met if I were sitting potentially at home doing this. So I do want to put an emphasis on the in-person stuff is important when, there's a reason to meet. But not just for the heck of it and just for meeting's sake. But that report that we did was very instrumental to us as we have now, coming out of this pandemic, thinking about what are the policies that will be most effective as we try to navigate this new workspace that we're in. And challenges for the workforce. Workforce is everything. People get very confused about what's the definition of workforce. For me, workforce is everything. It's housing, it's transportation, it's childcare, it's mental health, it's nutrition. It is everything. It's actually a human being. So when we're thinking about workforce development and what it takes to not just attract, but more importantly, and very importantly, or just as importantly, retain your employee base. What do you need to do, and what do you need to do differently now post-pandemic? Because people are looking for different supports. And we cannot ignore the devastation of the isolation that this pandemic has caused, especially with our children. And I'm so happy to hear that there are educators here, and we're at Framingham State University, a wonderful institution. but we have to care about that, and we have to pay attention to that. The report showed us and estimated that we are going to have to train workers at an unprecedented level. We're going to have to train approximately 300,000 to 400,000 workers by 2030. By the way, we've never done that before. So this is an unprecedented level, certainly from the government perspective, that we have to train, and why I'm saying we cannot do this by ourselves. You know, we're in a moment right now where we have more resources than ever. We have healthy budgets, healthy Massachusetts economy, thankfully, and we have billions of dollars in federal funding here in Massachusetts alone. Massachusetts had about $5 billion that entered our economy. Now, $2 billion is already being deployed. Another 3 or so is still with the legislature. But there's a lot of opportunity. Our imagination is our only barrier here, because if we don't use this, this is a moment for us to seize. And I really want to emphasize the work of Mass Bio and the life sciences, you know, and the work around diversity and inclusion. As I look at our numbers, our unemployment rate has dropped to 4.1%. We were over 17%, ladies and gentlemen, in April of 2020, a number that I don't think any of us would ever have dreamed of seeing. Again, I don't want to get comfortable and say we're doing great. 4.1% is great, but when I look at Hispanics, it's 8%. When I look at blacks, it's 6.5%, compared to whites at 4.4%. So those numbers are not great. And we have a fabulous opportunity now to bridge some of those skills gaps. And that's really the biggest challenge before us. We have about 220,000 job openings right now in Massachusetts. We've got about 150,000 people that are unemployed. But those 150,000 people, if you look at the sectors that they come from, about 30% of our jobs are in the professional and management space. And if you look at the workers that were displaced, right, we all know that retail, food, accommodation, right, hospitality got whacked in this pandemic. And guess who worked there? Latina women and blacks and women in general worked in those industries. And they have great transferable skills. And many of them, and why our friends in food and accommodation or retail are having so much trouble hiring people too, is that folks don't necessarily want to go back to those jobs, right? They want more predictable hours. They kind of want, you know, do what you've all been doing, some of you working remotely. They don't want to necessarily be the essential worker and be on premise, but they have other skills. And think about immigrants. Think about folks that have come to this country that have the ability to work and have their working papers, but were engineers in their country, and now they're sweeping floors because nobody's given them a chance, right? And they need ESOL, and some of them need adult basic education. So these wraparound services, as we think about workforce, are going to be really important, and we cannot do that by ourselves. In government, we definitely need industry, and we definitely need our educators. So the hardest part about all of these resources that we're talking about, and in workforce alone, just from federal money, I have about $240 million to spend. So now I'm going to become your best friend, I know. So I have to encumber that money by 2024. It has to be used by 2026. Otherwise, goodbye. It goes back to the federal government. And that's why the governor has been so anxious about getting some of these infrastructure, this infrastructure money to work, because that's very complicated when you're building roads and bridges and buildings, right? That takes a lot of time. But if we don't solve our housing problem here in Massachusetts, if we do not build housing, not necessarily just affordable housing, but housing that's affordable, because your teachers, you know, your waiters in your restaurants, they can't afford to live here barely. So we are having trouble with affordability, and that's going to hurt our competitiveness. So we have got to get serious about building more housing, and that's a local issue. The state has now changed its zoning laws, so it's become a local issue. And the not in my backyard thing is going to really damper the competition here in Massachusetts if we don't get active about it and we don't start changing that conversation. So I am extremely pleased today to be introducing Alicia and Emily to guide us through this conversation of the workforce in life sciences and what do we want that to look like. It's up to us here in this room. What do we want that to look like? And who are we going to hire? How are we going to hire? And how intentional are we going to be? And are we going to get outside our comfort zone to make sure that we're casting a wider web of employees that maybe we wouldn't have thought of before? So with that, I am very, very happy to ask Alicia to do a presentation. And Alicia is going to do a presentation on the state of the industry and the state of Massachusetts labor supply. So, Alicia.
Always a pleasure to be speaking with Secretary Acosta, and I'm just going to say I'm loving the whole panel that we have going here with these three excellent women together. I'm going to give more of the macro perspective of what's going on at the national, the state, and the industry level in terms of workforce. And then hopefully I'm going to tee up that foundation for you and then pass it on to Emily, who's really going to talk more in depth about, a really brilliant example of industry stepping up and trying to bridge this gap that we're all talking about right now. But I just wanted to also say that I'm very delighted. Let's see if I can get this to advance. There we go. To be speaking, not just because I'm a labor economist and I do all things workforce, but also more recently as part of the team at Northeastern that led a Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant for the Commonwealth and actually across New England to be building the biopharma workforce and especially to be creating a workforce that's more inclusive and so that other communities that Secretary Acosta was talking about can share in that economic prosperity that we've seen in slide after slide after slide already. So I'm going to start with this picture. I could have picked any economic measure that you want to show that we are in a historically tight labor market. So I could have shown you employment growth or low unemployment rates. I chose here to show you job opening rates and specifically by industry to show that strength. And I wanted to show you that we are literally off the chart. Okay, so we started collecting this kind of data back in 2007 with the job openings and labor turnover survey. And as you can see, we are just at an historic period in terms of industry after industry really having an historic number of job openings. And we're actually at the point now where across the United States, we have 2 unemployed individuals for every 1 job opening. Okay, that is, again, a historically tight labor market any way that you measure it. And I selected these several industries here. These are from last week's job report. Specifically because they are adjacent to the life sciences and sort of underscores the point that John was making earlier about, it's not just where you measure it in the life sciences, which are mostly in the professional, scientific, and technical services industries, but also these adjacent industries as well. And so, for example, one reason why Massachusetts lagged behind the rest of the nation initially in terms of coming out of the pandemic for workforce was exactly because the industries that we typically rely on, so the eds and meds that you saw in that chart that he showed you that had severe declines in employment, those are our key industries. And what did we do during the pandemic? We shut them down. So that is one of the reasons why there was a question earlier, why did we see employment lagging even in the biopharma sector in those industries? Because at Northeastern University, we shut down every science lab, right? We sent our students home, we sent our faculty home, and all of a sudden the provost was like, oh my gosh, people in the life sciences actually have grants and research, like, because we kept going, right, because we could work from home. So that, a lot of that got shut down. In the hospital sector, same thing, right? We needed all of our resources to be deployed to COVID, and so a lot of that research got shut down, and we're still climbing out of that. But the other parts of the industry in biopharma, right, are actually what got us out of the pandemic, and those could keep going, right, with lots of safety protocols and things like that in place. But one of the reasons why I wanted to highlight that is because we lost a lot of jobs in healthcare, and actually there's still 3,000 individuals who are unemployed from the healthcare industry. So while there's a lot of mismatch in terms of, who is unemployed right now and where the job openings are, there are some very adjacent low-hanging fruit in terms of workers who are coming from other industries who do have skills that are quite transferable. And so you don't have to woo them away from another competitor in the life sciences, right? You can recruit them from these adjacent industries, but you do have to give them training, right? We are in a moment in time here where we have this great opportunity to be able to provide training, whether it's a certification or it's some kind of job experience in an apprenticeship or whatever it might be, to transfer those skills from, say, a healthcare worker into the life sciences industry. But not everyone is benefiting equally from this strong labor market, and that was a point that Secretary Acosta made with these statistics that are actually showing there's wide disparities across racial and ethnic groups. For example, as she mentioned, according to the latest data in Massachusetts, Black and Hispanic workers have unemployment rates that are 50 to 80% greater than whites. And so it's kind of a cliche, but really this rising tide does not lift all boats equally. And entire communities of color have been left behind in this recovery like they've been left behind in previous ones. So if you look at unemployment rates by city and town in Massachusetts, in places like Brockton, Lawrence, Springfield, they're nearly or even more than twice as high as the unemployment rate for the statewide average. And these are low and moderate income communities that were once home to leather and textile manufacturing. They offered residents, particularly immigrants, as Secretary Acosta was mentioning, good jobs and a gateway to the American dream, right? Hence the name gateway cities. These are all gateway cities in our state. And they have often, over the past several decades, lacked the resources or the capacity to rebuild and reposition themselves in the economy, and so they've been left behind when other parts of the state have been booming, like in Boston and Cambridge. And since the pandemic began, there's been a recognition among policymakers, workforce development leaders, that we really need to build back better in these areas. We cannot leave them behind any longer. And in fact, they actually have a lot of key assets that we need right now. They have infrastructure, they have warehouses, they have transportation, and they have an available and ready workforce that we can put to work right now. And so given this landscape, what should educators and industry leaders know to position their organizations in terms of workforce development over the next 3 to 5 years and beyond? So when I was asked this question by John to set this talk up, I really thought more of a SWOT analysis, right? What are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that the industry can bring to this question? So in terms of industry strengths, it's a pretty obvious one. You guys have really stable, high-paying jobs, even better than healthcare in some regards, right? Because there's lots of jobs in healthcare that are fairly low-paying at the entry level. You guys have tremendous earning power here that we, as workforce development experts, would love to tap into. And so this is a table that was put together by the Boston Planning and Development Agency, some of my friends here in the audience, so I want to give a shout out to them. But what they're showing here is that even at the 25th percentile in that table 1, so that's workers who are at the bottom of the earnings distribution, look at those salaries that people are earning, particularly in biopharma manufacturing and the R&D sectors, right, which is most of life sciences. Really, those are tremendous salaries, earning anywhere from almost $50,000 to $80,000 a year. Then look at the occupations that I'm listing below that table. Those are data that I pulled from MC Burning Glass's online job posting data, and just categorize them by degree and the kinds of jobs that you find in there. And so, it's interesting that it's true there are some jobs, right, that are high paying and accessible to folks without a bachelor's degree. So particularly in biomanufacturing, technicians with only a high school degree plus a certificate and some job experience can earn up to $45,000 a year. If you have an associate's degree, a manufacturing associate can earn up to $77,000 a year. And then if you continue on to get your bachelor's degree and enter one of these related occupations, you can earn up to $160,000. But notice that in the life sciences, again, the highest paying jobs are still in R&D, right, and manufacturing, rather than the testing labs or the hospitals. And in fact, we're going to drill down a little bit further to see who is actually able to access those jobs, right? So its greatest strength in some ways is also your greatest weakness, right? So you have particularly an over-reliance on highly educated workers. On the one hand, you might say, well, what's the big deal? Like, this is just great, right? We have a highly educated workforce. That's true, but you also need people to be filling these other jobs. And so I like to think about life sciences as being about 2 decades behind where healthcare was. So 2 decades ago, when I was a senior economist at the Fed, I gave a talk like this to a bunch of educators and industry leaders in healthcare. for the healthcare consortium. And the problem there was that, again, they were lacking these middle skill jobs. And what they were finding was that this was actually hampering their ability to basically do any of their basic operations, right? So they had enough surgeons. We have plenty of surgeons. We're like a world-class place, right, for healthcare. They didn't have enough surgical technicians to be handing the scalpel to the surgeon to do the surgery. So it was actually affecting the number of surgeries they could do. So very similarly in the life sciences, you need both high, middle, and low-skill workers to be able to engage in the work that you're doing, to do it at the scale that we want to be doing it at. So the chart on the left-hand side really just shows like this tremendous increase, right, in biopharma job openings. That was something that John already talked about. The green line shows you the number of those job openings that are open to workers who do not have a bachelor's degree. And you see that's super tiny. And in fact, if we look at biopharma a little more closely, we can actually see that the share of job postings that are open to individuals without a bachelor's degree is about 14%. So it's pretty low in Massachusetts, and it hasn't grown too much. And then if we look, drill down a little bit further into that burning glass data, and we look at job titles, look at the job titles that are open to people without a bachelor's degree by and large. It's really things like phlebotomist and animal caretaker. Okay, those are not the kinds of jobs that we had in mind with that $80,000 price tag attached to them, right? This almost does not sound that much better to the service sector jobs, right, that folks have in those other lower paying industries. Even the lab tech jobs that people talk about, like, oh, we hire lab techs who only have a 2-year degree. Yeah, only half of those job openings are open to people without a bachelor's degree. And then even Q&A, right? So Q&A is another emerging occupation people are talking about for folks with only an associate's degree. Less than 10% of those job postings are open to people without a bachelor's degree. So we really have a lot of work to be doing. And what does that mean? You know, well, the industry is really leaving a lot of workers untapped. And in fact, like with the Office of Workforce Development about 5 years ago, we did a whole report on how there's a whole untapped workforce in Massachusetts. So over half of the workers in Massachusetts do not have a bachelor's degree. I know that's shocking to a room like this, but the majority of people in Massachusetts who work do not have a bachelor's degree. And yet in the life sciences, only about 30% and even less than 30% do not have a bachelor's degree. So there's an untapped workforce that is there and that is available. And that really plays into the lack of diversity by race and ethnicity and even gender that we've been talking about, and we'll talk about more today, so that only about 30% of the industry's workforce is non-white, but half of that is actually made up by Asians. And so that leaves a lot of Black and Hispanic workers woefully underrepresented in the industry. And even though the industry is slightly majority female, most of the female workers are in those low-paying lab tech jobs, not in the high-paying R&D jobs. So there's a long way to go in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So let's talk about opportunities. So I think there's a huge opportunity to be expanding the workforce beyond R&D. We're already seeing that with some of the lab space that's being built and that's coming online that's for manufacturing, not just for R&D. And what's interesting is I like to think about this as sort of the industry's moon landing moment, right? We had the COVID-19 vaccine that was produced and discovered here in Massachusetts with Moderna. And what did Moderna do that was so super smart compared to other companies that was developing the COVID vaccine? Where did they initially manufacture it? In Norwood, nearby, right? So co-locating, prototyping, and small batch manufacturing to make sure that we have a high quality process is super smart. Because what happened to J&J, right? They mass produced really rapidly initially, and they had to throw out millions of COVID-19 vaccine doses at a moment in time where we desperately needed them, right? So it's smart to be doing that here. It'll also meet the demand for new cell and gene therapies that are coming online that need to be located closer to hospitals, right, to serve patients. So this is a smart thing for the industry to be doing. And it also helps to diversify your workforce, right? Because a lot of those manufacturing jobs can be filled by individuals with an associate's degree or even a high school with some training on top of it. And it will make us more resilient to future pandemics. So while the R&D space and the, did quite well during the pandemic, as we saw in terms of employment, we can imagine a completely different situation, right, where even those facilities might get shut down and we might need to pivot to something else, right? And so diversifying for the industry as well as the state's economy is important. What do I see as the challenge for the industry? So this is actually a graphic. It's a little bit busy, but it's something that we developed in the Build Back Better Regional Challenge grant that we put forth. And what's really important here is developing an entire pipeline from middle and high school all the way through bachelor's degree holders. I know we all get excited thinking about the future workforce. We do not have time to wait around for middle and high school kids to become the future workforce. I mean, that is awesome and we should do it, but right now we need to employ the workers who are available, who have this untapped talent that we haven't invested in before. And doing that, it's gonna take everybody across this entire pipeline, okay? It's a scale and a scope. We already saw some of the projections, either from Mass Bio or Mass Bioed, about the thousands of workers that are needed in the next 2 years alone. Like when that report came out, all the labor economists that I know back at the Fed were all laughing, like, where are you gonna find that workforce, right? What's the danger? If you don't find that workforce here, those companies will find it somewhere else, right? So if we wanna hold on to our advantage, we need to educate our backyard. What does that mean? We came up with 4 key components that we think are super important in this process. First is actual community engagement. Career awareness is nice, but meeting workers where they are is way more effective, right? So we need actually going and sourcing candidates through programs like Just to Start, the one that I highlighted here, right, that has a 9-month training program that includes all sorts of wraparound supports for individuals to get them into those entry-level jobs. It means providing on and off ramps for folks, okay? So these are not sort of your traditional kinds of students who are going to be able to go straight through a 2-year or a 4-year degree program and into a job and have a career, right? They have lots of different challenges, whether it's childcare, transportation, finances, whatever it might be, that's going to derail them. And so you need to provide them ways that they can jump on and off this career pipeline. The other thing that we need to do, oh, sorry, my boxes are going out of order here, is that we really need to create credentials that are actually stackable. Okay, we talk about stackable credentials all the time, and it's really rare that actually one program feeds into another. I mean, it's a lot of work to create those articulation agreements between institutions and stuff, but you have to do it because you have to make it seamless for those folks to go from getting, some kind of credential, whether it's a micro-credential or an associate's degree, into a bachelor's degree program and beyond, right? And so we have some great examples of this. So this entire figure that we put together was to prove to EDA, we have the proven models to do this, we just need to bring them to scale, right? So we have great models at WPI, we have the A2M program at Northeastern, we have other kinds of programs that are going on all the way across the pipeline. The third thing we need is experiential learning. And I don't just say that because I come from Northeastern and co-op is in my blood. I say that because in industries in STEM, the technology changes so rapidly that community colleges have this crazy challenge. Well, by the time they stand up a program, get it accredited, fill it with equipment or whatever it is, the industry's moved on, right? And then they look like they're out of touch. And yet they don't have infinite resources to be doing this again and again. The experiential learning creates this feedback loop from you guys in the industry to be able to tell community colleges exactly what they need, or even help fund directly some of the things that they might need, and vice versa, right? Then they are going to produce the graduates that will plug right into your jobs. And then finally, as Secretary Acosta was talking about, we really got to remove the barriers. If you think you're going to move the needle on diversity, equity, and inclusion, you have to really meet workers where they're at. And so that means embedding these kinds of wraparound services inside workforce development programs, inside your apprenticeship programs. And we have great proven models of doing that here in Massachusetts, for example, with JVS, right? Providing English language services in the context of the job. They're not gonna wait a year while they teach you English to get you a job. They're gonna get you a job, teach you the English you need on the job, and then they're gonna keep building on that going forward. And then last, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this, but one solution we can think about, right, is this coalition building, right, to grow and to link the pipeline. And so Jared O'Clair, so my counterpart at Northeastern, who's leading this BioConnects initiative, we're pretty committed. Like, if we get EDA funding or not, we think we should be doing this. And pretty much everybody in that graphic that we talked about and everyone who's our partner thinks we should be doing this too. So, one solution is to really build this coalition, build this ecosystem that can link the pipeline. We have this once-in-a-lifetime investment in workforce development. She's got $240 million to spend, people. Do not leave that on the table. She is my best friend right now. And the time is now. We have this limited policy window, right? Economists are already like fretting if there's going to be another recession, we have inflation, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we got to act now in this policy window to come together to build these connections and to take advantage of this currently strong market. We got venture capital flowing in here like nobody's business. We've got labs that are being built. We need to put workers in those labs. So we need to scale and integrate all those awesome proven models that we have, which means that education models need to be continuously adapting, right? And industry needs to be playing in that game to provide the experiential learning opportunities and also to commit to hiring those graduates into the high-paying jobs at the end. And so I would also be remiss if I didn't mention that we're going to continue this conversation next week with the Office of Workforce Development with the Life Sciences Consortium panel that we're going to have next Tuesday, June 14th. Joe Boncour is going to be there, Jared O'Clair is going to be there, and we're going to really be talking about where the rubber meets the road. Like, why is it that people aren't getting into these programs, and why are people not getting hired out of these programs into industry? So I think building such a coalition will create this virtuous cycle of sector-based training and job placement where programs and employers can work together to adapt content and to evaluate and to address these current needs of the industry through this continuous evaluation and iteration. And so as an example of that, I'm going to pass this on to Emily, and she can show you how this actually works in practice instead of just these brainy ideas that I've been talking about.
Thanks, Alicia. I'm Emily Greenhagen. I am the head of deployment at Ginkgo Bioworks, a company headquartered in Boston. And I get to be in the really exciting position at Ginkgo where deployment serves as the technical bridge from the R&D that we do through to manufacturing across a platform of customers. And so my team includes the full range of the workforce, ranging from R&D through to pilot scale and up to those manufacturing level positions. So I'll just provide a quick intro to Ginkgo Bioworks and what we are and what we do, and then introduce you to a few of the initiatives that we're focused on to both support workforce training and with a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what is Ginkgo? We are a platform company with a mission of making biology easier to engineer. So we have built out the tools for extensive cell programming across a diversity of organisms, processes, and products. The company was founded in 2008 out of MIT, professor and four of his graduate students. And so we stayed in startup mode for quite a while, went public last year in 2021, trading publicly on the New York Stock Exchange with a ticker symbol DNA, and in the process of going public, raised $1.6 billion for a lot of cell engineering. Like I said, we're headquartered in Boston. We have some labs in Cambridge. We also have labs in Emeryville out in California and in the Netherlands. So what is it that we do? We use a lot of automation, a lot of disposable high throughput technology to engineer microbes for pretty much any application you can imagine. So we have fully automated experimental workflows in our foundry. We have in-house DNA design, synthesis, assembly and editing, massively high throughput strain engineering and testing, and my personal area of expertise is in fermentation, so I love our high throughput fermentation capabilities, using automation to really accelerate the rate of fermentation process development. We pair that with our code base, which is our accumulated knowledge in the bioengineering. We have multiple proprietary chassis strains, promoters and cellular components, and billions of DNA and protein sequences across a comprehensive database. And so we pair our high throughput engineering capabilities with our code base, of course, with our people. And so that's why we're here today to talk about what the state and industry, government, and academia can do to support training of that workforce. And so I know that, like, when we talk about life sciences, we talk a lot about pharma, biopharma, and what we focus on at Ginkgo is applying biology to anything that you can imagine the biological world could produce. And so that includes industries ranging from pharma, but also agriculture, food, and even chemicals. And so here's just a sampling of the types of products and partners that we work with. Animal products, so think of like plant-based food replacements and those animal proteins like hemoglobin that you can add to burgers, and milk replacements. We have plant bioactives, flavors and fragrances, microbiome work in our partnership with Synlogic, oligosaccharides. So we've recognized recently that infant formula is lacking in the human milk oligosaccharides. They're a very important component for development of the gut microbiome of infants. So we work with a number of companies to develop processes to produce those human milk oligosaccharides via fermentation. Chemicals, crop biologics, crop protectants, industrial enzymes, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention some of the processing development work that we did with Moderna in optimizing their manufacturing process for the mRNA vaccine. So what are we doing at Ginkgo to help ensure robust workforce training, and specifically with a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion? So here's an example of 3 partnerships that we have developed to increase accessibility and support SynBio awareness and opportunities across Massachusetts. So on the left there, you see BioBuilder. So BioBuilder creates open access curricula to teach SynBio in a hands-on way, and runs programs for students of all ages from underserved communities in the Boston area. And so at Ginkgo, we've donated space that we call the BioBuilder Learning Lab at Ginkgo. So it's in the Innovation and Design building down in the Seaport where we're located. And it's a lab that provides on open access curricula and hands-on training there. Of course, we're all aware of the amazing apprenticeship program coming out of Mass Bioed, and we're really excited to be working with them. And we have 3 apprentices who'll be joining Ginkgo this fall as part of that program. One of them in my team. I'm particularly excited about that. And then we also work with the Bridge program, which is a program that was started by Jalen Brown of the Celtics and David Kong at the MIT Media Lab to help provide access for underrepresented minorities in the Boston area. And we've had some Ginkgo colleagues who have helped teach classes as part of that program. We've also partnered over the last 2 years, a lot of critical work led by my colleague Lily in the audience here. Amazing job working with the Ben Franklin Cummings Institute of Technology to help define an associate's degree and help ensure that it's more accessible and well suited to meeting our industry needs. And then we've also, in 2020, we as an organization made a commitment of $1 million to work toward mitigating the impact of the historic marginalization of Black scientists in STEM. And so this year we launched what we call the Cultivate Fellowship, which is focused at providing networking and support opportunities for Black students in STEM fields. So that's an introduction to what we're working on at Ginkgo, and join back for the panel and some interesting discussion.
All right, I'm going to just stay here. Thank you, Emily. We're just going to chat from here. And so, not being a scientist myself, just, political science major, but not science. You lost me a little bit with some of those words, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm sure that most of you understood. So let's chat a little bit. Let's get a little more in depth about what we're trying to do here with the industry. So Alicia, I'm going to start with you. And based on the projections that we've heard about, the industry will have an enormous number of jobs to fill, as you said, in the next few years. Where do you think those workers are going to come from, and how can we bring our current workforce system to scale to meet that demand?
Yeah, that is the $64,000 question that we're all wrestling with. And I think, the key points that keep coming up is that we can't just do it based on your advanced degree, PhD folks alone, right? And so a lot of what I was talking about in terms of the parallels with the healthcare industry, I think are particularly helpful, where there are a lot of technician jobs in the job posting data that say associate's degree required, bachelor's degree preferred. It's that second sentence that just keeps shooting you guys in the foot in some ways, because once you put bachelor degree preferred, then it really shifts the lens of who you're looking for in terms of hiring. So I think there's some really granular things that we need to look at in terms of hiring practices within industry to be more inclusive, because you're really screening out not just the diversity in terms of education, but then you're screening out a lot of diversity in terms of race, ethnicity, et cetera. And then you're screening out a lot of diversity in terms of thinking, right? So there's lots of great ideas that come from all different kinds of places, and we've seen that in lots of research. And so I think, part of the focus from this point on, we know that industry partnerships are important and things like that, and we're working to build those parts of the pipeline. But to be able to get this to scale, we actually need to be changing some of those very granular systems kinds of practices in terms of who is getting into these programs and then who is getting hired out of them. And so that's part of the hard work, I think, going forward that we'll be focusing on, is determining how it is that we even prepare people to enter this pipeline, because it is a STEM field. So you can't just necessarily take somebody from an industry that's further away and think that they're going to be prepared to be successful in this pipeline. There's some preparation that comes to that. We have great organizations that do it, but not every industry partner or every education partner is partnering with those organizations. So even at Northeastern, I've had to teach our senior leadership that education alone is not workforce development, right? As Secretary Acosta was saying, workforce development is about people. It's about getting people ready for education and supported while they're doing that. And then on the other side, the same thing with hiring, right? People into a particular job, right? It's also about the people and how you get those things done. So I think that's where the focus will be.
Thank you, Alicia. And I think the emphasis that we all put on the fact that 50% of our workforce, Massachusetts, we're all wicked smart here, right? We all know that 50% of our workforce has a BA, but 50% doesn't. So if that is a requirement in your job descriptions, and obviously there's some jobs that absolutely need that and higher, but that ecosystem that Alicia spoke about is so important to build, because you are leaving out such a big piece of the workforce. You're just blinding yourself to that other half that doesn't have the BA, and why apprenticeship programs are so important, because people can learn and earn at the same time, which helps with some of those wraparound challenges that we see in some of the training courses. But Emily, I'd love to hear from you what barriers you're seeing at Ginkgo with some of your recruitment efforts.
Yeah, I think that, it's interesting. There is a historic perspective there that you need to have a bachelor's degree at least, and even beyond that, advanced degree. So I personally have a bachelor's degree. I opted to not do a PhD, and I have felt very fortunate throughout my career to have the leadership opportunities that I've had despite not having a PhD, but shifting the mindset of the organization to not just recognize the value of someone coming in with a bachelor's degree, but even an associate's degree or a certificate, that's a pretty significant internal barrier. And then looking out, there were lots of numbers that were shared around the 2 people for every 1 job and the competition that's going on there. So there's definitely a lot of competition for the established, trained, experienced workforce. And so at Ginkgo, we've started to shift toward recognizing that it's in our interest and it's in the industry's interest to support more robust training for new entrants into the workforce.
And what do those training programs look like internally, and how do they compare to potentially some outside? What are you guys doing for training folks?
Yeah, so we historically had a program that was viewed sort of as an extended internship for students fresh out of their bachelor's degree. So it was a 1-year onboarding program that involved a lot of mentorship, hands-on training, really like an apprenticeship program. And that's, I recognize, and when I started my career, so I did my bachelor's degree at MIT. A lot of great training there. I didn't get the hands-on training that I needed for my job. And I viewed those first 2 years of my job as potentially more valuable for my career in the hands-on training that I received, the mentorship that I received from my mentor as being really impactful. And so ensuring that we have those paired relationships, and really excited about the apprenticeship program with Mass Bioed and formalizing that and opening that opportunity beyond students coming out with their bachelor's degrees to the underemployed and unemployed in the state is I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, our office was very excited to work with Mass Bioed to create those apprenticeship tracks. And, you know, apprenticeship programs are very underutilized in most industries. I mean, the trades have had this blueprint for a very long time and have done it extremely successfully. And a few years ago, we embarked on a strategy to expand our apprenticeship strategy to other industries in finance and in healthcare and IT and manufacturing, et cetera. Because it is important for us to remember, as John put up in a screen, that it's not just about the lab technicians, right? It's about the CFO. It's the cybersecurity. It's all of those job occupations within the industry that you're struggling to hire, as I'm struggling to hire also. We all are struggling to hire. So as we think about apprenticeship programs, let's think beyond just what happens in the lab. Let's think about finance, and we actually have finance tracks now in apprenticeship programs. Let's think about cybersecurity. We have apprenticeship programs in cybersecurity. So happy to talk to anyone about those expanded apprenticeship opportunities. But I really think that apprenticeship programs are that great equalizer. They really do help bring somebody in, because let's face it, it's very difficult if you're doing 1 or 2 jobs to then go to training afterwards. Or, God forbid, give up your salary to do a training program that, oh, by the way, you have to pay for. So that all becomes very impossible. And through these apprenticeship programs, it's really a partnership between some grant funding and the employer, and it has different sources of funding. But the actual learner isn't putting out of pocket, but they're learning and they're part of the company while they're learning exactly what you want them to do, and you're training them your way with curriculum that you're comfortable with. So I'm a huge advocate of apprenticeship programs. I know that we are running out of time, but I would love to open this up to the audience for any questions that you might have. Question in the back. I think, is there a microphone floating around? Unless you have a very loud projecting voice.
Hi, thank you. Hi, so my name's Kirsten Hardy. I'm head of HR at Prometrica. I have a question in regards to, we're talking about extended internships, creating programs, training people. In our organization, we are increasing our internship programs, and one challenge that we are faced with, we are creating these great programs, but how do we train our internal people to be able to coach, mentor, and train? We know what we want to do. We can put the infrastructure in place, but we also need to train the people to do this work and not just their actual practice. So I'm wondering, maybe Emily, if you have experience, or where did you come, face to face with this, and what did you do in your organization to be able to address that need as well?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's a very real need, I would say. I think that there's oftentimes an industry and assumption that if someone is a great person in the lab, that's somehow going to naturally bleed over into their people management, and it's just not true. You need to have great examples of great managers, and you need to have a formal training program. So at Ginkgo, we've been very proactive in formalizing and extending really intensive people management training, and not just for people who are managing internal employees, but also ensuring that we proactively provide those opportunities, those training opportunities, to individuals who are maybe 3, 5, 7 years into their career, so that they can have that internship as a growth opportunity toward a track of people management, if that's what they choose to do, but that we're setting them up for success with the appropriate training proactively before we honestly put someone's career in their hands.
The only thing I'll add to that is that we have something called the Workforce Training Fund. I don't know if anyone here has heard of that, but you pay into that every quarter as an employer as part of your unemployment fees. And we grant about $20 to $23 million every single year to companies to train their incumbent workers. So, and that is executed through the Commonwealth Corporation. So I would suggest that you look at that. And we have can put you in touch with training providers for leadership training. It's all kinds of training. You can also use the Workforce Training Fund grant for ESOL training. So we have a ISO. I mean, there's a wide variety of things that we can use for income and training, and we're happy to help you with that. Alicia, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I just thought that that was a really important question, is like the how to do this, and especially because there's a big gap between what your current workforce looks like and what you are hoping to achieve in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I think your question is a good one, not just in terms of, how to be a good mentor in general to, someone entering the career, but also how do you mentor with cultural competency, right? And so there's actually a lot of resources that are out there through various channels, either through like the Office of Workforce Development or through the state, or even, I think, Mass Bioed has some resources for training supervisors to be able to be cognizant of some of these needs. So, for example, it doesn't occur to everybody in terms of like where your intern might even be living, right? It could be a very long commute even to get there. And so, even for folks who are going to a job in Boston, right? If you're going to some parts of Boston from Roxbury or Dorchester, that means like 2 buses and a T ride or something like that, right? Like just these kinds of barriers that seem very small, like maybe in the grander scheme of things, can really just derail people. And I think that was a great question about how do you actually do this work.
Are we going to wrap it up? Okay. She told me I had another 3 minutes, so I'm paying attention here.
All right, one quick question.
Sunny's pulling the,
I have a
Sunny's pulling the
question.
plug. Yeah, I believe her.
My name is Cynthia Furman. I'm at UMass Chan Medical School, and I lead a national initiative supporting the PhD professional development for PhD scientists. So I have a question related to PhD scientists. Thinking about some of the data that we saw earlier today, there's a lot of growing need, it looks like, in areas like finance, the business side of science, management ends, and we have a number of PhD students nationally, and in Massachusetts certainly, that are very interested in moving directly into those types of positions, rather than moving first into scientist positions and then later in their career into more businessy types of work. And so reflecting on the value of hands-on experience, that's more challenging in PhD training because you can't just leave your research for a few months to do an internship, for example, and there's not as many internship opportunities for PhD scientists. So I'm curious if there's models for very short-term opportunities in companies or other ways that PhD scientists might be able to be introduced to these roles and more quickly brought into the workforce.
Yeah, that's a great point, and something that I wanted to speak to, so I'm glad you asked that question. There actually are models that we can draw on. So one, at Northeastern, we have an experiential PhD program, right? So that is, I've had students that I've actually placed even as a social scientist, but also we do this in the sciences as well, where we place PhD students in industry or government positions while they're in their dissertation phase, and so they can be actually doing some of that research as part of their dissertation research, but they're embedded in that organization, and so they're understanding how it works and what are the industry opportunities to be able to do that. The other thing that we can be thinking about, because this is actually, other industries have dealt with this situation as well. So for example, in cybersecurity, there's a big shortage in terms of faculty trying to decide between industry and academia and things like that. And they've gone and moved to creating opportunities where faculty can be a visitor in residence, right? You see this at Amazon and other places. So you can actually draw PhDs into your organization from academia by creating these kinds of, part-time sort of flexible positions or even sort of sabbatical type positions to be able to get, again, that virtuous cycle going on. Because at Northeastern, what happens every time somebody goes out on co-op or one of these experiential kinds of opportunities is we actually have co-op reflection sessions that faculty have to attend. And so we have to hear about what their experience is in industry and then think about what it is that we are teaching students, right? And so that feedback loop just gets created. And so if there's opportunities to be doing something that's not necessarily like bench science coming right out of PhD and there's a need for that, right, then that gets fed back into the program and the institution to be able to be, setting up components or certificates or training to be able to do that.
So that is a great question to be thinking about. How can we broaden this pool of, filling these other kinds of jobs with folks who have that life science knowledge?
All right, thank you, Alicia, and thank you for those questions. And I'm sorry, we're getting the triple hook here. I can feel the energy coming from this side of the room.
So sorry.
But thank you, everyone. You've been a great audience. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Alicia.
So just a quick transition break. Thank you, Secretary Acosta. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Alicia. I learned a ton, and I'm sure we all did. That was very enlightening and informative, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. But now we get a little break, so we're going to have a networking break. There's only 2 rooms that this whole conference is in. You're sitting in one. This is called the Forum. The other one is called the Annex, and how you get to the Annex is you're going to go straight and curve around through the cafeteria. When you stop there, stop at the exhibit booths for the sponsors. Mass Bio and Mass Bio Ed have tables there also. There'll be some snacks there. Make your way to the Annex. The next session starts at 10:50. I'm going to be a school teacher and say get there by 10:45 so you can find your seat. There's going to be a session, and then after that second session is when we're going to have our roundtable discussion. So when you pick those tables, think about who you want to be in conversation with. Try to sit with new people. Don't sit with your colleagues. Those discussions, when we go to the roundtables, are going to be led by what we're calling roundtable leaders. There's a list of those leaders in your program. I'm not saying to seek out certain people, but at the same time, if you want to sit with someone in particular, you might want to look for that person. So I think that's all I have to say. So go forth and have a break, meet someone new, shake someone's hand carefully, bump someone's fist, and we'll see you in the Annex room by 10:45. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Yeah. I think I did a pretty good job of that, didn't I? I was okay, but I'm going to move this right now. Gretchen, it's so awesome to see you. Go. I think coming back from the video because it'll take too long. Well, they sit here. Right. They don't have to. They can stand. So right, right. So I think you introducing yourself, and you're gonna come. And I'll segue into the video. Right. And then they come up and they interview. Okay. I was looking for it on there, and I think I will do it after the video. But let me just check with John. Well, as I've said to several people, we're all very smart here. I trust you guys. Figure it out. Okay. We need to do. Okay. I mentioned to them, make sure you're close enough to the mic. Okay. I might have to get close. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm vertically challenged. Good to see you. Is this the first time we've seen each other in person? I think it is. Oh my God. Yeah. I feel like you're an old friend.
And you just didn't know how tall I was. So like when I wear my bottom half up.
So thanks so much for coming.
Awesome.
Well, and
What do you feel really happy about?
so far so good.
Yeah.
I've got another presentation I have to do, but then I'm really excited about the one after that with the CMC and the breakout session. So thank you for agreeing to do that.
Excited too.
Thank you. Did you watch it at 1.5 speed?
I did. That's such a good idea. I didn't think about that.
It's like, meh, 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 meh. It works.
Yeah. You know what you need to know, right?
And you don't need to be listening to me drone on it. Oh, sorry. I need.
Boston's back.
Sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I was really hoping you to. Sorry, Naomi. I'm not forgetting about you.
Boston.
How about like. Hello, all. If you could please take your seats. Thank you. We will get on with the show and get to lunch on time. Felix, if you could turn on the projector. Welcome, welcome. We're just getting started in a second. If you could grab a seat. So hello again, and welcome to our second venue of Framingham State, and want to give a big shout out again to Framingham State for being a great host to us, and they've got a great facility here, and so this just goes to show how life sciences and higher ed is doing great things outside of our fantastic city of Boston. So again, I'm John Brothers, and
we're going to move into the next part of our presentation of the Workforce Outlook Report. But first, I want to give an amazing shout out and thank you to the amazing presentation by Secretary Acosta, Professor Modestino, and Emily Greenhagen just earlier. It was great to hear the, yes. It was fantastic to hear both their insights, how their insights come together when they come from different areas and from different sectors, and yet all clearly united in the direction that we're going. And I'm also excited because I really believe that's the case with everybody in this room today. So great turnout. Hoping as more people come in, please move. We're going to ask that no one other than staff stand, please. Please, everyone, find a seat. We have seats up here. No stress. In fact, please come up here and sit with Sarah McDonald because she could use some company. So, okay. So, and we'll fill in more seats as we go along. So, who are the life science employees of the future? We've already touched on this, but we're going to talk about it a little bit more now. Forgive me getting my new computer set. There we go. I wanted to get my laser pointer. So we've talked about this earlier. Massachusetts higher education has excelled at producing talent for the life science industry for many years. Again, it's one of the bedrock foundational reasons our industry has done so well. And this graph points it out in that it shows the share of graduates in life sciences from 2010 through 2020 and compares that share in the dark blue for Massachusetts to the light blue for the rest of the country. It's a similar story and an important one, and something that we should all be really proud of, and something we want to build on even further. We also have a very strong mix of types of degrees showing bachelor's level degree, master's level degree, graduate degrees, and PhDs. And that has always been a great strength of ours, and as we know for the industry, that's critical. We need those highly educated students and graduates in order to drive our industry. There are some concerns, though. The life science talent generation of degree graduates is leveling off, as you can see from this slide. And I'd say one major warning sign is that doctorate degrees conferred in life science fields in 2020 have decreased by 5% since 2018. And that's not the direction we're looking for, clearly. And we all know how difficult it is to ramp up that program and how much incredible work it is to succeed in acquiring that PhD. So that's absolutely an area that we need to be focused on. Perhaps even more concerning, echoing a national trend, enrollment in Massachusetts higher education and the rest of the country has dropped by 5% in 2022 from 2021. And I don't think I think it's okay to say that that's a crisis. And it's one that there are good reasons for. There are fewer students of age to go to college, and more students question the value of going to college and a college degree. And so it's never been more important, as we talked about earlier today, to emphasize the career pathway that students can take, whether they're going to a 4-year school, a 2-year school, or certainly a credentialing program. And also a shout out to incredibly hardworking members of our 2-year schools, our community colleges, because they provide those wraparound services and that not easy path to the career that so many people need support with. And they have experienced a drop in 15% of enrollment. And it goes hand in hand with everything that we heard this morning. Further, and this is not, the next slide is not about a COVID issue. This is about a persistent long-term issue. In Massachusetts in 2020, 6% of life science graduates were Black and 9% of graduates were Hispanic. This share is well below the state's share of that total population of 9 and 12% respectively. This is not a new problem, but it is a foundational one, and it's one that will require the persistent work of connecting with underserved communities and supporting those from underserved communities to access the education, training, and the jobs that we need them to access, and they should be able to access. Referring back to the same figure, unlike the other slides we've seen today, the dark blue represents Massachusetts, the light blue represents the rest of the country. Where Massachusetts leads the way in so many other areas, this is one area where we are behind, and that is the share of Hispanic Americans completing life science degrees. And again, 2015, 2018, 2020. We have a similar challenge when it comes to Black and African Americans. And that, having said that, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to emphasize it one more time, we have a fantastic higher education system that is committed, particularly our public education system. Public universities are committed to serving diverse populations. It has to happen more, and it often needs more resources than they have available at the time. And that is part of, I would say, the solution that we need to be looking for is how to increase the resources and the pathways to support diverse populations. We also tend to be much more oriented towards specialized fields in life sciences, and that is a strength. We have so many programs represented here today in higher ed that are training students in specific pathways, whether it's Northeastern University, Mass Bay Community College, Quincy College, and I can't list you all, so please forgive me if I don't list you, but there's so many that are doing great specific training programs for life sciences. But I also want to point out, when we identify who are the students that don't know about careers in life sciences, and this is much too small of a graph, but there's one piece that I want to highlight here, and that is the degree fields of life science degree fields in Massachusetts. Number one at the top is general biology, so not a specific field. And there's so many general biology students who hopefully have dreams and aspirations of being a doctor or may not be sure what they want to do. And there's so many fields that a biology student can go into. That's fantastic. But as Secretary Acosta said this morning, we need to compete for them. And these are students who have the interest in STEM, who are interested in the field, who are enrolled in college. They need to know about the amazing opportunities that we have in life sciences. They won't solve it by themselves, but there are a lot of them. Additionally, I hope this is coming across not too loudly. If it is, let me know. Additionally, the K-12 pipeline desperately needs support. Again, this is nothing that we don't already know, but what are we going to do about it? The number of AP students taking biology AP exams fell by nearly 11% in 2021. Similarly, the number of AP students taking chemistry AP exams fell by 13% in 2021. In addition, the number of students receiving proficient scores is also decreasing. The disruptive effects stress on children and their families in general. The effects of this are going to be felt for years to come because the effects of this are I'm sure, math scores are lower across the board at different grades. MCAS scores, if they even administer the MCAS test for good reason, are also an issue. So I'm going to move quickly through some target solutions. We need to build more collaborative partnerships. We need to, and you're going to hear a lot about this next, create a statewide career awareness campaign. We need to promote DE&I in the entire pipeline with intentionality. I've already said it, but I'll say it again. We need to renew the Massachusetts Life Science Initiative. And we need to greatly expand apprenticeships programs or similar for technicians and production. Higher ed and industry must partner to guide high school students and engage first and second year undergrads as well as PhD students in what are the pathways and how can they gain the experiential learning to pursue those pathways. We also must target, as we talked about earlier, those students in secondary careers, IT, engineering, data sciences. In working with diverse communities, and we'll talk a lot more about this next, we need to make sure that we build our credibility of our career pathways and expand the training programs for working adults, as well as paid experiential learning. I want to just give a quick list of some of the programs that are already doing this work. And it's a good start. Just to start, Middlesex Community College, Quincy College and JVS, Gloucester Marine Genomics Institute, GMGI, Lab Central Ignite, Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology, aka BFIT, coming online soon, and MassBio Ed. And now for just a few minutes, I'm going to turn the podium over to my colleague, Carla Talanian, to talk a little bit about our apprenticeship program and particularly how this is an example of that short-term training program that can be really effective. Carla?
Thanks, John. Yeah. So as we've all heard today, there's really three problems that everyone is trying to solve. First and foremost, we need to get more talent into the industry overall. We need to get more talent into the industry overall. Second, we need to diversify the workforce. And third, as Secretary Acosta said, there are so many people in the Commonwealth who are still on the sidelines. They are so eager and so willing and so able to take on these jobs if they have a pathway to entry. So the MassBio Ed Apprenticeship Program was really designed to answer all three of these problems. I have to just back up and say I'm thrilled. It was 3 years ago today at the last in-person Life Sciences Conference. We had a panel moderated by Secretary Acosta that was focused on brainstorming what we can do to build the mid-skilled workforce pipeline. And here we are talking about the actual achievements of this apprenticeship program as a fact. Last year was our inaugural year. We launched 2 cohorts, one for biomanufacturing technicians, one for clinical trial associates. In all, we had 30 apprentices. Even though these are 2 very, very different career pathways, the model of the apprenticeship is essentially the same. It really begins with industry involvement. We work really closely with our industry partners, and many of you are here today, and thank you so much for your support. They inform the curriculum. They tell us what they want the apprentices to learn. MassBio Ed does the recruitment. We cast a very, very wide net looking out into our local communities. Is probably starting off with about 200-300 people who are interested in the program and narrowing it down to the few that are actually accepted. We do assessment and vetting and interviewing of candidates. Finally, we present what we call our semifinalists to our employers, and the employers actually make the final decision on who gets accepted into the program. They give them a job offer. So before they even say, yes, I want to become an apprentice, they know where they're going to work, they know what they're going to be paid, they have their future lined up, and the employers also know who they're going to get, what these new employers are going to have learned, and when they're going to come online. The employers also put the money where their good intentions are. They not only provide essentially a scholarship for their apprentices, they pay all the direct costs for their education, and they give them a $1,000 a month stipend for the few months that they're studying, just to defray the need for them to work too many hours. Then we really want them to be able to focus on their studies. The curriculum they're taught is, as I said, very much informed by the industry, and we stay in constant touch with our industry partners. Last year, we worked with Northeastern University, who were fantastic educational partners. The Association for Clinical Research Professionals provided the education for our clinical trial associates. And this year, we're expanding to Worcester Polytechnic Institute for a regional cohort. When the apprentices finish their training, they start on a full year of on-the-job training with their employer. They come on as a real employee, not as a contractor. They get full corporate benefits. That is so essential. They get health insurance. They get some paid time off. They get paid holidays. They're allowed to live as a professional person. And our hope and our expectation is that for each person, they will continue in the long term with their employer. They also get mentoring. They get mentoring inside their company, and MassBioEd provides volunteer mentors to meet with them monthly to just provide a sounding board and give them some perspective. So here's the results. Last year's, again, combining the two cohorts, 60% of our apprentices were people of color. Their age ranged between 19 and 63, with an average of 33, which is really important. This is not an internship program focused on youth or young professionals. We're really targeting work-ready adults who are very eager to make a change and make a long-term commitment to a new career. At the time of entry into the program, about half were unemployed. At the middle of, now both of these cohorts are roughly at the midpoint. 83% of our original apprentices are still successfully on the job. We've only lost 5 out of the 30, mostly for personal medical reasons. This year we're expanding it. We're looking to triple the number of apprentices from 30 to 90 over the course of the year. We have already successfully launched our first 2 cohorts, both for biomanufacturing. The first one was located in the greater Boston region. The second one, which just launched the day before yesterday, is located in central Massachusetts. 70% of these 2 cohorts combined were people of color. Again, the average age was 32, and about half of them were unemployed when they came into the program. We do have plans for another biomanufacturing cohort this year, another CTA cohort, and we're looking to expand to a 3rd career pathway. That's it. And I think I made it on time.
Thank you very much, Carla. Thank you. So as I introduce our next presenter or moderator, I'd like to ask, and forgive me, I see that we have some wonderful attendees who are sitting in the back in those high chairs. I'd love to ask if you could, we are really counting on everyone to join the roundtable sessions that are going to follow our next panel. And we have, I just eyeball right now, 4 tables in the front that have about half capacity. So I'd like to ask people to try and make your ways up to find a seat at a table. And if you're sitting with all of your colleagues, if you want to maybe spread out and sit at some different tables, that might give you a chance to really hear about what some others are talking about and hopefully meet some people that you don't know. So, so please, if you could just make those moves to the extent that you can. And without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce the moderator of our next session. Gretchen Cook-Anderson is the Executive Director of Lab Central Ignite and an excellent partner of MassBioEd and the life science sector. We are excited to hear from her and from an amazing group of professionals this morning. And without further ado, Gretchen.
Thank you. Hello. I see lots of wonderful faces that I know. So good morning, everybody. Thank you, John. I want to thank John. I want to thank Sunny. Where's Sunny? Where did Sunny go? There she is back there. I want to thank Sunny Schwartz and the entire team at MassBioEd for inviting me to be part of this wonderful day. Look forward to sharing the platform today with some amazing colleagues who have done some wonderful work around vaccination outreach. And so to get us started, I thought that what I would do, before I share a little bit about myself, to provide perhaps some personal context to why this work for me is so important. And I'm sure we all have our own personal stories and that fuel the work that we do and our passion for our work. In January of 2021, my aunt, who was also my best friend, passed away of stomach cancer. She did not survive. However, what gives me hope is that the innovator who will discover the life-saving therapies for people like her who had that rare form of stomach cancer may be soon a student to enter the biotech program that will launch at the Benjamin Franklin Institute. That might be a student from the community right here in Roxbury. Think about that. That's what drives me. That's what drives me. And I'm sure our panelists would probably have their own personal stories as well. So what I want to do is I'm going to cue up a video that I think will help to set the tone and help frame the conversation that we're going to have with our colleagues from the Boston Medical Center. And so let's see, are we ready for our video? Go ahead and advance. Okay. Right here? All right. Here we go. Will it work? Uh-oh. I just want to, I know. Sorry, everybody. Let's see, should we advance one more time?
Excuse me, folks.
I'll move over.
Poor Gretchen.
It's okay.
Boston's battle against COVID-19 has raged for over a year. The pandemic is still not over, but life-saving vaccines are here. All across the city of Boston, COVID vaccines are spreading hope.
The arrival of the first COVID-19 vaccines at Boston Medical Center was cause for celebration.
What I hope is that people will watch me today and join me in fighting this virus.
But with the vaccine rollout, we saw the potential for unequal distribution.
Statewide, blacks and Latinos continue to lag behind whites in vaccination rates.
These shots are not reaching all of those who need it most.
We knew many patients would have significant barriers. We knew addressing those hurdles would require hard work, not just from BMC personnel, but also from community leaders and organizers. We knew we were up to the task.
We are working nonstop right now.
We are trying to reach out to people in our own community to talk to people, to allay their fears, to give them facts.
Welcome to the dialogue of the COVID vaccination with the Cape Verdean community leaders.
Es la misma tecnología que se usa para la vacuna de Ebola que previene Ebola y ha hecho que el Ebola no cruce para acá. Es lo mismo, pero para COVID.
About the COVID-19 vaccine.
So ask questions, engage with us. We're here for you. We've heard it all and we want to hear more, so get your questions to us.
I think we need to do ongoing education. Black professionals like myself are going into communities to talk about the trust gap and why we believe in these vaccines.
The goal is to not just be a hospital and expect people to come to you all the time, but going out to where people are.
We are very excited to establish the Hyde Park COVID-19 vaccination site at the Menino YMCA. This is a partnership for impact.
Hi, my name is Quincy Miller. I'm the president of Eastern Bank, and I just came to get my vaccination here at the Russell Auditorium.
Bishop John Borders is pastor of Morning Star Baptist Church. His church has partnered with Boston Medical Center to offer COVID vaccinations to community members.
We decided to get involved, to show this collaboration between the church and the hospitals, science and faith.
A new vaccination clinic opened in Roxbury this morning. The 12th Baptist Church partnered with Boston Medical Center.
I am so thankful that BMC has led on engaging ministers, community leaders, and those who have a pulse on what's happening in our neighborhood to ensure that we are having the right conversations as it relates to the COVID-19 vaccine.
You can walk out of your door, out of your classroom, and then walk into a facility and get vaccines where you feel comfortable.
Now change is in the air, and a chance to give back to the things we love is right in front of us.
Nous sommes un peuple qui doit socialiser.
Las sonrisas para poder planificar juntos las cosas que nosotros queremos.
Getting the vaccine feels like I'm doing the right thing. The more of us that get vaccinated, the sooner we can get back to the things we love.
As Latinos, you have the responsibility to educate yourself. Un gran nivel de desinformación.
People will look like me, who are hesitant dans ce moment. Parler avec n'importe monde dans le domaine médical.
Boston Medical Center has been a champion of partnering with local-based community organizations, faith-based organizations, community health centers, and others to do outreach into communities of color and into those parts of Greater Boston that have been most disproportionately affected by COVID.
BMC is vaccinating nearly 4 times as many Black community members as compared to the state, and twice as many Latinx members.
And what I'm hoping is that COVID would remind us of the importance of public health and investing in public health.
We actually hope that this level of engagement, this type of engagement, doesn't end with the vaccine.
Very nice. At this stage, I want to invite my fellow panelists on up to join us at the front, if you would. And while they're doing that, I'll share a little bit more about myself. So, as the inaugural executive director of Lab Central Ignite, we are the first. I wanted to share that we're the first and only of its kind platform in the life sciences that is dedicated 100% to addressing systemic racial and gender underrepresentation in the life sciences and biotechnology. We are based in Kendall Square over in Cambridge, but our work is in the community. Our work is in the community. And so, speaking of community and the importance of community engagement, I'll also share that I have about a 28-year background in marketing, branding, lobbying, all these kinds of good things. But I say that to say that I understand the importance of public awareness, public engagement in this work that we're all doing in the life sciences to reach students, to reach an undertapped workforce. And so the question I want us to think about as we're all talking up here before we hand it over to you all for questions and before we engage later at our tables is how can we learn lessons, right? Let's think about the best practices from the Boston Medical Center's example and how can we emulate some of these practices in the life sciences. Okay, so I want us to think about that. All right, so as we get ready, we have a woman who, for me, it's a true honor. It's a true honor to be here with all 3 of these ladies. But Thea James, Dr. Thea James is someone who it's such an honor to be here with you. She is a legend. If you don't already know, now you do.
You have to be pretty old to be a legend. And I'm pretty old, I guess.
So Dr. James is Vice President of Mission and Associate Chief Medical Officer at Boston Medical Center. So we're going to let her share a little bit about herself, some things that she would like to share with you, and then our other colleagues will do the same, and then we're going to get going with our conversation. Dr. James.
Thank you so much, Gretchen. It is indeed an honor to be here today, and thank you, everyone, for being here. It's wonderful to see this standing room only room. This is quite great. As Gretchen said, I'm an emergency medicine physician by training. I'm Vice President of Mission, Associate Chief Medical Officer. I'm also co-executive director of the Health Equity Accelerator, and my role as Vice President of Mission is to coordinate and maximize BMC's relationships across a broad spectrum of industries and sectors, both regionally, locally, nationally. And the goal is to create upstream and innovative models of care to enable people to reach our patients and communities they come from to reach their full potential, to have access and to reach their full potential and to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all. We were all watching this video and we were tearing up. We were like, why are we so emotional? I'm Trina Martin Cherry. I am the Vice President of Community Engagement and External Affairs at BMC. And my job is basically to make sure I understand all of the work that's happening on our campus and connect that work to community-based organizations, community leaders, churches, community health centers, corporations, and state and local government, along with our government affairs team. And you saw a lot of the work that we did during COVID, and we'll talk a bit about that. I also work with Dr. James on our health equity accelerator, making sure that we are developing community advisory boards so that all the work that we're doing at BMC has buy-in from the community. You know, we've all heard Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley say, those closest to the pain should be closest to the power. So I am the community whisperer at BMC, and I'm really looking forward to having this conversation with you all.
Oh, I think this works. Hi, I'm Lily Vittor, also really happy to be here. I'm the Director of Brand Engagement at Boston Medical Center. I sit within the Marketing Communications Department, largely focused on our social media program and growing and kind of redefining our marketing program. I think hopefully you saw a lot of interesting social posts and videos and other things that are much more representative, I think, of what we've done in years past. So we learned so much throughout this campaign that we're moving forward and applying to all marketing aspects at Boston Medical Center. So it's been an honor to work for this amazing hospital. Like Trina, I also got a little emotional rewatching all of that again, remembering just how many partners we work with, how committed all of our partners, physicians, nurses, social workers, community engagement team members are invested in helping to serve our communities. So yeah, excited to have this discussion and be here.
Thank you so much. So our first question is to Dr. James. And I want to share, so I'm going to call you Dr. James. I grew up in the South. So you know, you're lucky I don't say ma'am, but this is what we do, ma'am and sir. So, but Dr. James, what was Boston Medical Center's approach to creating public awareness in response to the need to activate COVID vaccinations, particularly among communities of color that have been disproportionately affected by the virus?
Thank you for that question. I think the answer, the one-word answer to that question, which is also, I would say, the theme of what we're talking about right now, is intentionality. Intentionality. Because like Bob said, none of the data he showed, it's not new. I'd be surprised if there's anybody in this room who would say they were even surprised, you know, because like no matter what topic you're talking about, if you measure it by demographics, you already know who's going to do worse. And the thing about that is it's not organic. You know, that's not organic, you know. That was sort of, you know, created. There are a lot of structural things that, and policies and things that created those data to perpetuate that way decade after decade. And so, but again, it's intentionality. Because just like that was created, which, you know, mainly prevented access for folks, you can do the alternative to that. And I think, you know, what, you know, we'll discuss today, and Trina will get, you know, deeper into it, was intentionality to do the alternative. And so everyone in the city knows, or in the state, or in this room knows, in Massachusetts, which populations fared worse during COVID. But when the vaccines came online, that's not where they were deployed. And honestly, that's public health 101. I mean, when there's a disease or some sort of issue going on that affects health, that's where the target is. But that didn't happen. And I would say, you know, that's when people talk about equity and inequity, The problem with inequity is that it is largely invisible because it's so much the status quo that it appears normal and you don't recognize it. So those communities aren't generally targeted or intentionally targeted to or prioritized is the word. They're not prioritized. So even in a public health situation, they still were not prioritized. So BMC, those were our patients. Those were our patients. We were the first hospital to topple, during COVID. I wish you could see the data every day, the bar would go up. So long story short, we knew we had to do something. And so we essentially knew we had two problems. We had surveyed the community to see what their pulse was on the vaccine. And as you might expect, the majority of people of color were saying they didn't trust the vaccine and they were not going to get it. But then we realized that our employees also come from the same communities. And when we looked internally doing the same surveying, only 36% of black and brown employees said they would take the vaccine. Only 36%. And so we knew we had a problem. We had a problem of access, but also of hesitation. And so we created things an approach to address both of those things. So I think Lily will also maybe talk about the internal stuff we did, and Trina will talk about external stuff we did. But, essentially, we had all these Zooms and things, and some of them you saw in the video with Trina had set up all these Zooms with community leaders, and and people at BMC, and we had two goals for those Zooms, multiple Zooms. One was to provide answers and education around the vaccine for people on the calls. And the other thing was to ask them, how should we address this access problem? Where should these vaccine sites be? What should they look like? What should they feel like? They worked hand in hand with our operations team, strategy people, walking together out in the communities, doing site walkthroughs and visits like that. And so it was really a community and institutional partnership. So that's at a high level where we started this process.
Thank you very much, Dr. James. And you mentioned a really critical word, trust, right? And I think that what we're finding too, that even in the life sciences, in trying to engage and inspire more folks from historically disconnected communities to consider careers in the life sciences, there's a trust issue there as well. There's a need to demystify the life sciences. What's exactly going on in those buildings with all those labs, right? And so speaking of community and trust, Trina, how important has it been to mindfully build and nurture intentional relationships in the community to instill trust and drive vaccination rates in communities of color? And what kinds of community relationships have been the most critical in establishing trust and fostering awareness?
Yeah, so trust came definitely with intentionality, creating access, like making sure that we had the vaccines to take into the community. Thea mentioned that we looked at the data. We were looking at SBI data to see where in the communities, where were people sick and dying the most. And so once we knew the location, and it was the obvious, it was the Roxbury, Mattapan, Hyde Park, all of those areas, we were like, okay, where are the places in those communities where we can create trust? And so we got on the phone, we went out into the community, we talked to churches and YMCAs and Boys and Girls Clubs, and the sites that we set up were places where we knew people were comfortable going. Reverend Willie Bodrick at 12th Baptist Church, not only did he give us a site, but he became one of our advocates. When he got vaccinated, we came in there with a camera and filmed it and got sound bites from him that we could put on TV and that he could put in his congregation over their virtual services. So we knew that in order to educate folks about the vaccine, get them to the place where they were comfortable enough to get the vaccine, it had to be based on trust. So it was, you saw the McCourty twins. So across the range, we were in a room. It was one of the amazing things about BMC is that we were able to do these things like on a dime. At a table, you had marketing, you had facilities, you had clinical, you had community engagement, everybody at the table with set on intentionality with how we can get it done and get it done really quickly. Those sites went up in how much time, you guys? overnight we were able basically to create the sites, but then have folks come on a Zoom where we had a panel of doctors who looked like them. If we were talking to the Haitian community, we made sure that we had Haitian doctors and nurses on the panel, giving information in Haitian Creole, in Spanish, in Cape Verdean. So it was an exercise in making sure that whatever we were doing, we were answering people's questions. We were making sure that we had advocates in the community that they could trust, and it was just constant. But we learned a lot through the community conversations that we were having, creating spaces for healthcare in communities outside of our campus. We found that the success that we had with the vaccine, and you guys saw it, I think we vaccinated 5 times the number of Black residents of Massachusetts and 1.5 times the number of Latinx community members in Massachusetts. We learned that those methods work. So what worked for the vaccine works for diabetes, it works for mental health, it works for heart disease, it works for maternal child health. And so we're using those same tactics, that same level of trust that we built to tackle other healthcare issues. One last thing that I'll add is that Thea and I both sat on the mayor's task force for COVID-19. And so we were already at the table with Boston Public Health Commission, with other hospitals. And whenever we could develop a coalition of folks and corporations and organizations to work together, that's what we did.
Thank you, Trina. So again, the question that I asked of you all at the top, right? How do we take lessons from what they did and apply to workforce development and workforce diversity in the life sciences? That community piece is essential. So for those who, I know we've got some wonderful industry representatives here today. So for industry, that might mean that it's not enough to just post a job description on your website, right? Or it's not enough to just have your HR consultant putting posts up on LinkedIn, right? But there's a community engagement element if you are really trying to reach populations of professionals who you have not historically had strong connections with. So thank you very much, Trina. I am going to sit down at this 4th seat. I had knee surgery in January, so I'm just going to admit that to everybody, and I'm just going to creep over here before my leg gives out on me. Okay. I was trying, y'all, to stand. I really was, but okay. So now I want to go to you, Lily, if you wouldn't mind. Beyond creating community connections, what are other elements of a powerful, effective public awareness campaign in the public health sector, and what pivotal questions fuel the planning of initiatives like these?
That's a good question. So I think with this campaign specifically, we had such a strong foundation from what you heard from Trina and Thea on the ground, those trusted relationships that didn't come overnight. Those were long-standing and allowed us to launch a campaign, from a really stable ground. And that took a lot of time. I think building Boston Medical Center's social media channels, we were in the same boat of, we had been working for a while to ensure that we had proper representation of our employees, and we were showcasing all different job types and individuals, working on our patient story program. But having those things doesn't happen overnight. And so I think kind of applying to this life sciences and recruitment efforts, really looking at how your organization is representing themselves, I think online, digitally, is really important to support what's happening on the ground. And I think that's what we were able to do, is strategize. Like Trina said, we had all the facilities people, strategists, planners, and marketing got a seat at the table too, to really hear how the sites are being developed, how we could properly communicate them in culturally sensitive ways, in the right languages to reach the right populations. And that was new for me. I think it was new for our team, of really taking that time and investing those resources, and not just sharing, a social media post of like, come visit 12th Baptist Church for the vaccination, but interviewing who runs the church and hearing from them why it's important. And then translating that material into the right languages to reach the right folks. So that's kind of how we built the campaign with that intentionality, like Thea and Trina mentioned, that needs to match what you're doing on the ground and externally. So I would kind of challenge all of you to look at your organizations and who your social platforms, just as one channel example, who are they promoting? Are they going inside the lab and showing an inside scoop of what it's like with somebody from a background that you're looking to recruit from as well? Doing storytelling has helped us quite a bit, and I think helped a lot throughout this campaign. We weren't shying away from also the hesitancy, like we were putting that first in a lot of cases, especially early on. Interviewing employees, like Thea mentioned, we had a really low initial uptake on vaccination. There was a lot of hesitancy, and we chose not to shy away from that, but really highlight that and use that to fuel kind of how we were talking about hesitancy internally too. So Thea mentioned that. We did a ton of work within our own four walls before we were able to go out and have those advocates sharing, I was initially hesitant, here was why, here's what helped me get over it. Not that everybody's story is going to be the same, but everybody's coming from a different background. Trying to be real with people, and be really honest. So I'm not sure if I totally answered that question, but that was kind of my initial take here.
Thank you, Lily. Yes, you did.
Okay.
Thank you. So speaking of workforce, because a lot of this focus today is about life sciences workforce and how do we inspire and cultivate a more diverse life sciences workforce. I do want to ask you all a question about the workforce at Boston Medical Center. So major hospital centers like yours have ongoing workforce needs and serve a diverse patient base, and I think we all know that. According to your 2021 Together at BMCHS DEI year in review, an estimated 52% of Boston Medical Center's workforce identifies as persons of color. What tangible elements, because I think you all are doing pretty well, what tangible elements are key to Boston Medical Center's approach to maintaining a highly diverse workforce that could be emulated by the life sciences?
I'll take the first crack at it. I think it's very similar to what we've described so far. The only thing we didn't mention so far is that we do it internally, but we also partner with people externally. We partner with people who actually train the employees for the jobs that we need. So we partner with them, funding them, to train people, which I think is something you could really also do for the life sciences. To partner with entities within the communities that you're tapping into, who are training these people in, this population we're trying to recruit. There are entities within the community, who are training them, funding those institutions, and partnering with those people and cultivating relationships it's sort of like planting a seed, and it will grow. I mean, and again, it's a simple thing, but the mindset is what's the hardest to change. I think the whole notion, everything is mindset. We're just not, I don't know, not used to doing a lot of the things that we've been doing, but just intentionality. And I mean, I really strongly believe that this can happen. This can definitely happen. I can't think of any reason why this can't happen with the intentionality. So that's how we've done it at BMC as well. And they focus a lot on employees, providing them, once they get in, to like nurture them. We have these programs within the hospital that are not just bringing people into a job, but also with intentionality, giving them the right sorts of resources and attention to rise through the ranks in the organization. And a lot of this we did by looking inside ourselves internally first to see where the gaps were, and being intentional about closing those gaps.
I think I'll just add to that. We are always looking to build relationships. Thea and I just this week met with our head of HR and the president of BFIT, where we were like, okay, what's new? What do you guys have going on? And how can we connect our employees and the community with what you have going on? If you are intentional, things and opportunities will find you. I walked in the door to this this conference. I ran into my friend, Reverend Bodrick. We started having a conversation. I ran into my friend, Corey Bodrick from LaSalle, and we were talking about, BMC really wants to build this pipeline of talent to create jobs for the community. And now we all have a meeting set up. Like, what are you doing at American City Coalition? Thank you. What are you doing at LaSalle? This is what we're doing. These are ways that we can work together to create real opportunities for people. And so if you say that we want to, be intentional about building a biotech pipeline, then let's all have a conversation. Find other people who are doing it to figure out what steps need to be taken to make sure it gets done.
Thank you so much. Sounds to me like our solutions are right here in this room today. Industry, educators, all the folks from STEM nonprofits and training centers, you all are the solution to this problem, right? In many ways. And so hopefully you'll take opportunities to connect with folks who you don't know today and find that there may be some possibilities of strategic alliances. And particularly when you think about public awareness, how can you work together to foster greater public awareness? So thank you very much. I think we might have a couple minutes to take a few questions from the audience, right? I think we've got some time. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Lily would like to add, and then we'll take a couple of questions.
Just from my kind of narrow communications lane with this, but what we really tried to do, which I mentioned a little bit on BMC's social and digital channels, is also highlight our employees and celebrate them and recognize them. And I think we should all be looking at, you should all be looking at your digital channels as vehicles for recruitment. The young generation, for better or for worse, is growing up on TikTok and social media. Are your organizations using those channels, and are they using them effectively? Because if they're not, you're kind of behind. You got to kind of keep up with the times and keep up with the growing generations. It's a constant challenge for my team of just staying up to date with the latest technology, but I think there's a lot to explore in that space, and to just kind of get started somewhere, I think would make an impact. So I just wanted to share that quick anecdote just from a kind of comms perspective.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Lily. Okay, so let's see. Are there any questions that anybody might like to ask? Additional details you'd like to know about the work that the Boston Medical Center has done? Yes.
Really. You basically, the way I interpret this, you save lives. So I'm curious, have you been approached by any national organizations or publications to kind of put this in writing, what you've done, and share it even more broadly outside of Massachusetts? Because I think it's phenomenal.
Good timing.
Yeah, we just had a publication in Annals of Internal Medicine. Less than 8% of articles presented to Annals of Internal Medicine are accepted for publication, and we just had one on this very thing we're talking about right now. It just came out.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? And if you would, before you ask your question, if you could just say your name and your affiliation, that would be really helpful for everyone to know who's in the room. Thank you. Right here with the glasses on.
Officer at Merck KGAA. I'm interested to know about your employee resource groups. Do you have employee resource groups within BMC, sort of communities of teams of individuals? And if you do, did they kind of coalition together in this effort? And what role did they play, or do they play, in some of your community work?
We do have an employee resource group, and they're mainly employees of color, to be honest with you. And I honestly don't know if we tapped into them for this work. I'm not sure. So I can answer half of the question. They're generally available, as a resource for many things, but I'm not sure we tapped into them for this work in the community.
I think the
one thing we did do, we had a number of panel discussions and community conversations, and I know a couple of those were sponsored by one of our diversity groups. So what we did post George Floyd and during COVID was to make sure that we were educating our staff and our team. So we brought in speakers to talk about diversity and inclusion and systemic racism especially. So I know that's one thing that we did.
I think we may have time for one more before we go into our table discussion.
Sure. Thank you all for sharing. I'm Sarah McDonald from Life Science Cares. I'm curious, as we think about translating your success into our future success, how you thought about balancing engaging your employees of color, but also not making it invisible labor, right? One more job that the people of color in your organizations need to do. And then how did you empower those of us who aren't minorities to be as supportive, as effective in this community building and engagement work that you did?
I took this, but now I think I should give it back because I was really going to talk about missions, and I was like, I just took it from the chief of missions to talk about missions. So I think the employees who work at BMC, they come to BMC because they want to, they understand our mission, exceptional care without exception. And so when we are doing work in the community, and I stress that all the time, I was like, we can't serve the community if we don't know the community. So I encourage people, get in the community. If we're having some sort of event, make sure that you show up. So I think it's less of asking them to do extra work. I think they know that this is what I signed up for. And for me to be more effective in a clinical space, I need to understand the community that we serve. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Trina. Trina, Deputy of Mission. There you go. All right. And thank you, Sarah. Life Science Cares right here in the front. And so what we're going to do, we're going to wind down and start segueing over to our table discussions. But before we do, I did want to mention there is an opportunity for those of us in the life sciences, educators, STEM education nonprofits, training organizations, industry. We actually have our own opportunity that's coming up, and well, it's actually in planning right now, to tap into with regard to a public awareness campaign that is being designed uniquely for biotech workforce diversity. So I'm proud to say that our organization is kind of taking the lead. We're partnering with a number of other organizations, including Mass Bio Ed and Mass Bio and Massachusetts Life Science Center and others. But we are going to be launching in September a public awareness campaign pilot in the communities of Roxbury, Dorchester, and Lowell. And those communities were chosen with intentionality, thinking of that word intentionality. It'll be a 6-month pilot. It is a full-on ad campaign, social media campaign, video, there's video elements, there's a microsite, there's an actual resource landing page. So all of the ads that people will find on the MBTA and out-of-home billboards and on the trains and so forth, there will be QR codes where anyone who is interested can then patch directly into that resource landing page. Where they will find both lots of storytelling about people who look like folks in the community who have been successful in navigating into the industry across the spectrum of roles, both science-based roles and non-science-based roles. And so there'll be storytelling, all the information that they'd like to be able to tap into if they're interested in further education, in training, and in real jobs that are available right now in the industry. So did want to tell you that. If anyone is interested, I'm happy to chat with you more, or you can reach out to us on our website. But we have an opportunity that's right here, right now, that will be launching in September. So we're interested in all partners. This is an all hands on deck opportunity. And so we are inviting everyone to reach out and be part of this so that we can perhaps do what they've done at the Boston Medical Center. So, but we're emulating a lot of those same lessons learned, a lot of those same best practices. And there's also a community engagement element too, with a series of workshops called What the Heck is Biotech? right? And Mass Bioed is also involved in this too as a partner in the series of workshops. So with regard to the workshops, with regard to the ad campaign, if you are interested in being part of this, please, 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 all hands on deck. But thank you very much. I am going to pass the floor back over to John for our next segment.
Thank you very much. I want to
Thank
thank
you.
everyone for this amazing presentation.
And we do want to thank our wonderful guest, our legend down at the end, Dr. Tia James.
Thank you, Dr. Jane.
And Trina and Lily, thank you so much for being
Thank you
with
so
us.
much, all of you. And Gretchen, thank you very much. So this is amazing. I kind of hoped it would be amazing, and it was. So, so now I hope everyone's ready to work. Before you get to lunch, you have to work a little bit. And one thing that's really exciting is I was very happy when Gretchen volunteered to mention the Lab Central Ignite Coalition campaign that's coming up this fall, because I'd love for everyone, first of all, everyone has a flyer. There are enough flyers for everybody at your table. If you haven't looked at it already, on the back of the flyer, or on one side, without the QR codes, are the questions that we're going to be going over now. So I'd like everyone to start taking a look at those. Those questions are now also on the screen. And I want to also thank, a huge thanks to the leaders who are sitting at each and every one of these tables and who are going to be facilitating this discussion. So leaders, if everyone could listen up, if I could ask you all to stand. If all the table leaders could please stand. Thank you. Let's give them a preemptive round of applause. And also they're in charge. So, but they are truly facilitators, of course. So the goal here is to please have a robust discussion. We're hopefully moving a little bit beyond ideas into implementation. We're looking for how we can disrupt things, how we can take what we already do well and do it very differently but better. So I'm really hoping that each conversation can really focus on getting to know each other and who's at the table and what could be done kind of within your organization and between your organizations. So finally, if there's someone, each facilitator is going to ask for someone to maybe take some notes. We would love to have those notes at the end, particularly some key ideas, maybe with your table number on them, that we might want to take. And if you want to email it to me afterwards instead, you're welcome to. It's all your choice. But would love to have some notes as to particularly what are the things that we should really make sure we follow up on or somebody follows up on. Okay? So please take it away. This is a tricky one. So far it seems to be going really well, and our turnout is fantastic.
quick. right, come on in and have a seat, please. All right. If everyone in the back, we love that you love talking. We know we haven't seen each other in 3 years, so everyone's happy to see each other. Welcome back to our live stream, folks. We missed you during lunch and roundtable, but hopefully there's some folks watching from afar who didn't make the trek to Framingham today. I just talked to someone who said it took her 3 hours to get here today, and she's so happy that she came, which is so great. So now I am honored to introduce my friend, my partner, the CEO of MassBio, Joe Boncore. He's going to present on MassBio's workforce analysis report, which was released last week. You'll hear that they surveyed over 100 life sciences companies to get direct data on what's going on with these jobs. So it's really important for us to listen to this. Prior to joining MassBio in the fall, Joe was a state senator representing his hometown of Winthrop, plus Revere, parts of Boston, and parts of Cambridge, including Kendall Square. He's very familiar and has become even more familiar with the industry since he joined MassBio in the fall. And before joining the legislature, Joe practiced law, specializing in criminal law, including serving as a public defender. And just speaking personally, I'm so happy to have Joe as our partner at MassBio. Come on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonny. Thank you for that warm introduction. You've been a great partner. You know, I echo your sentiment right back to you. And what a great event today has been. I think we all owe Sonny, John Brothers, who's done a tremendous amount of work for this event, but really the entire team at MassBio a round of applause. So, as Sonny said, I want to share a story by way of background for you, about myself. I was a state senator, the 1st Suffolk and Middlesex District, including Winthrop, Revere, Boston, and Kendall Square in Cambridge. Now, when I ran for office in 2016, I was in a very loaded Democratic primary. 7 other people ran. And when we were counting, I won, obviously. When we were counting the votes, I got 18 votes in Cambridge. In the whole city, I got 18 votes. So I get into the state senate, and a couple people come to me and they say, hey, you got to see what's going on in Cambridge. And I'm like, Cambridge? They wouldn't even know who I am if I walked over there. But I'm so glad I did. When I went over the Longfellow Bridge, I saw the incredible power of this industry to change healthcare, to change patients' lives, and really change the Massachusetts economy. And that's what we're here to talk about. So I got very involved in the biotech caucus. I chaired the biotech caucus for about 4 years in the state senate. I had a good understanding of the policy end of things. In 2019, my wife was pregnant, and at 25 weeks, we learned that the pregnancy, as the doctors put it, was no longer viable. And we were pregnant with twins at the time. And it was a difficult time. And, they said they were going to go forward and they were going to deliver the 2 babies at 25 weeks. And, if you've ever been in a circumstance where you're in a NICU or close to a NICU or a family member, you know how hopeless that feeling can be. But I had a lot of hope because I knew on the policy end of things what this industry was capable of. I knew the medical advancement that was coming out of Cambridge and our Boston hospitals and extending throughout the state. So it gave me a lot of hope. And my 2 boys were delivered. Baby A, as they referred to him, was 1.1 pound. Baby B wasn't even a full pound. He was 446 grams. We went through all of it. I mean, sepsis. My son had pulmonary embolism on the 2nd day of life. I mean, all things that doctors would tell me, anywhere else in the world, we'd have no chance. Because you're in Boston and because of this industry, my kids today are 2.5 years old. They're thriving and doing well, and It gave me so much hope, and it continues to do it today. Being here today, now part of this industry, leading this industry in some form, I'm full of hope for what we're all doing here today. The fact that you're taking time out of your schedules to convene with all of us at Mass Bioed. You have government, you have industry, and you have academia coming together to really solve the pressing workforce issue ahead of us. So that gives me hope, and I hope it gives everyone in this room hope. And I know these conversations will continue. So today I'm happy to present to you all Mass Bio's newly released workforce analysis report. I'm excited to see these findings and share them all with you here today. We know that the life science industry in Massachusetts is growing, but it is helpful to take a step back and really examine the true scope of its growth. Over the last 10 years, lab space in Massachusetts has more than doubled. The state has added about 21 million square feet of lab space in the last 10 years. And to support that growth, the industry has added about 60,000 new jobs. And that's a growth rate of about 131%, as you can see. And just to give you some context, the labor growth in the state of Massachusetts in the same period of time since 2006 has been 6.9%. And in this industry, the growth rate's 131%. So it's an impressive growth, and it's a growth rate we're expected to see continue with more of a trend towards regionalization. So this data is about a year old, but as you can see, there is continued construction of new lab and biomanufacturing happening all across the state. Some recent estimates go as high as 60 million square feet in the pipeline over the next 10 years. There are many estimates as to how much job demand this will create, but there's no doubt in my mind or anyone's mind in this room who's looked at these numbers that this expansion will add tens of thousands of more jobs to our industry. So we're particularly excited about the expansion of biomanufacturing as it really will create opportunity in other parts of the state for other pools of workers. However, all this growth does present a challenge in making sure that we have an adequate talent pipeline to meet this demand. After we released our industry snapshot last year with the estimate of a net new 40,000 jobs, we knew that we needed to understand more about those jobs. What kinds of roles are in most demand, and what credentials and qualifications employers were requiring. At the same time, we wanted to learn whether the current educational and training programs in Massachusetts would be able to help meet this demand. So we conducted, as Sunny referred to, this comprehensive survey of our membership, which included a quantitative survey as well as qualitative interviews alongside to review the state's educational and training landscape. Now, what we learned we found extremely informative, and we hope that this will help inform the industry and everyone in this room how we can better focus our efforts on creating solutions that will have the most impact. The first part of the equation to better understand is the employer's experience. What it's like hiring right now. Are they going to be growing? What positions do they have the hardest time filling? And what kind of credentials, qualifications, and skills they are requiring of the job applicants? As you can see here, the survey results were clear. Hiring is very difficult, as most of you know in the industry, for all life sciences companies right now. But 94% of firms indicated they had difficulty filling non-entry level positions over the last 12 months, with 74% also reporting that they're having difficulty hiring entry level positions. The majority of survey respondents really cited two factors as driving the problems: small applicant pools and candidates who lack experience. As a result of this environment, employers have resorted to up-titling, wage inflation, and skills and experience gaps that could have lasting impacts on this market and on the labor market and on this industry. The survey data here has also clearly identified where companies need the most help filling the talent pipeline. These will probably be no surprise to most of you in the room, but it gives us an idea and more clarity on what educational pathways that we must focus on to prepare a workforce to fill these roles. The exciting piece is that many of the entry-level jobs, companies can fill these roles with non-four-year degree holders, but only if the educational system better prepares these students to fill those roles. Yet, despite the difficulty hiring, 78% of the surveyed firms indicated that they expect to hire more employees over the next 12 months. And it's important to note here that this survey was conducted between January and April of this year. Therefore, it does account, and these companies were accounting for the current, or reacting to the current financial market conditions that has been so widely reported throughout the Commonwealth. So with every expectation that our industry will continue to grow, we had to also understand the scope of the talent pipeline. Are our academic institutions and training programs creating enough well-trained persons to go to work in the life sciences? The report's authors concluded an analysis of the current educational and training environment across Massachusetts with a specific focus on non-four-year degree programs. And despite the high number of people graduating with relevant four-year degrees and advanced degrees, and the increasing number of non-four-year degree training programs running, the report was clear. The traditional channels will be unable to meet the supply gap for the Massachusetts life science industry. So I'm careful to note that this conclusion is in no way meant to disparage the academic institutions that are among us here today. Massachusetts still does a better job than any other state in producing talent for the life science. It's just that the demand is simply outstripping the supply right now. So what can we do to fix this imbalance? You've seen the data. The report is available if you visit massbio.org, so you can see all the numbers that went into this. But I think it's important to talk about what we can do to fix this. So we've broken down in the report's conclusions and recommendations into suggested areas of focus for different stakeholder groups. So let's start with academia and the nonprofits, then discuss employers and what MassBio and other industry associations can do to help this. And this must be a collaborative effort among all stakeholders, from industry, academia, nonprofits, and government. We must form and strengthen partnerships, and one common goal is to build and diversify the talent pipeline here in the Commonwealth for the life science industry. Now, we know there's no silver bullet or straight line, but this report identifies some areas of focus. Career awareness is critical. Many organizations like MassBioEd and others are doing important work here. This is important for people who may be pursuing a four-year degree, or not. Too many young people cannot see themselves in the life sciences because no one in their sphere of influence, family, or friends are in it. But they don't see the path to being a scientist at all. Or they just haven't been told about those opportunities. And we found this to be true for students in high school, but also students who are enrolled in four-year degree programs on a bio pathway have no career awareness around what this industry does or the opportunity here. So the rest of the recommendations are largely focused on creating and expanding successful ways to train workers, and especially getting them the appropriate hands-on experience, something we heard time and time again from our industry partners and companies. These must be aligned with what employers want and need. Education programs and industry must talk regularly. And that's what gives me so much hope as to what we're doing here, is we have both parties in the room. And I know the conversations, as John and I were discussing before, will continue in the days and weeks and months to follow. When we're talking about certification programs, let's be creative. How about expanding a certificate program to train for regulatory employees, where there's so much need and has been a so well-identified need by this report through our companies? And we shouldn't forget about non-scientific roles. Let's figure out how and where to add bio-specific modules to existing four-year degree programs. From the employer side, employers need to start by making a commitment to hire more talent that does not have a four-year degree. This means we need to update posting requirements, but also changing hiring manager preferences. We know many jobs, especially entry-level jobs, do not require a four-year degree program. Furthermore, with the right training and hands-on experience, employers could be getting better trained employees who are ready to go on day one. It also encourages equity in hiring that will promote further diversity in all types throughout our industry. The survey data is clear that employers strongly prefer hiring people with four-year degrees. 58% requiring a bachelor degree for an entry-level job is too high for this industry. We know that in reality, that a non-four-year degree holder will have a hard time in the hiring process, regardless of what the job posting requirements say. And the data backs this up, with 45% of companies saying that they would not hire someone with less than a four-year degree. We can't afford to have potential applicants pass over a job because the qualification bar is unnecessarily high. Simply stated, it will not continue to perpetuate equity gaps, and we should be knocking down barriers that exist currently in this industry. The next commitment from employers should be expanding their partnerships with minority MSIs to recruit and train talent. You know, there are more than 30 in Massachusetts. Many already have successful biotech training programs, such as Bunker Hill Community College. Employers must expand their commitments to internships, apprenticeships, and co-ops that give learners hands-on experience that employers say they want in applicants and entry-level jobs. These types of hands-on learning pair so well with certificate and other training programs to develop the best and well-trained workforce that this industry requires. At Mass Bio, we envision our role to be the center of all of this, to act as a neutral party that can help facilitate, collaborate, network, and create action plans. With so much attention being paid to this issue, we believe that helping to align activities, align efficiencies, and share the best practices can make a real difference on the outcomes. We know that public policy is critical to where our role as advocates can make a real difference. This could be things like advocating for solutions on housing. Massachusetts is facing a housing crisis. Advocating for transportation and other infrastructure, and as well as childcare. Or advocating for more government support for workforce development. Things like we've heard today, the Life Science Initiative 3.0. Now, as most of you are aware, the original Life Science Initiative was really ignited the industry here in the Commonwealth. In 2008, the government authorized a $1 billion investment over 10 years that really changed the course of the life sciences in Massachusetts. And that was reinforced back in 2018 when another $623 million was added. But that initiative is set to expire in June of next year. The Life Science Initiative 3.0 must focus on workforce and how government can most directly fund workforce trainings and programming. Models in other states should be copied. North Carolina has a government-funded biotech training center. Their community colleges all share curriculum. And we can too take models like that and implement them here. And we need to do the same. So like I said before, you know, I want to encourage you all to read through this report, come up with your own conclusions and findings, and let this be the beginning of a conversation that we're going to continue to have over the next weeks, months, and into the next year. Because we need to act collaboratively, we need to act quickly to ensure that this industry's success can continue. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to widen the breadth of the potential employee pipeline and diversify the same. So I want to thank Sunny for this opportunity. I will take any questions. If anyone in the audience has any questions. All right, thank you. Back to you, Sunny. Oh, there's questions. I'm sorry. I'll go back to this slide.
Hi, thank you for a very informative talk with a lot of data. I'm Sarah Nochur from Alnylam Pharmaceuticals. earlier the speakers had talked about the additional ancillary services that are needed to keep people in the Boston area. Would you comment on what we can do with regard to public transportation, for instance, and improving that, and commuter rail, et cetera? Because often the traffic is one of the major deterrents, and people are leaving Cambridge and Boston in droves because of many of these issues, as well as the housing costs.
And I agree. I mean, we're hearing that from many of our companies, and I think there's a couple answers. I mean, regionalization of this industry. You know, people want to live close to where they work and work close to where they live. You know, my office is situated in Kendall Square. There's 0% vacancy in Kendall Square. So if we're going to continue to expand, you know, this industry and grow this industry in the Commonwealth, we need to grow to other regions. So MassBio has been very helpful in the forefront of this in creating a community guide where we're grading municipalities that want to host life science companies. But also as an industry, as we grow, I mean, for years on Beacon Hill, I'd only hear from this industry when the conversation was being had about drug pricing and value. And I think that's a real lost opportunity for this industry. This industry employs more than 109,000 people in this Commonwealth. That's a growing number. At MassBio, we represent more than 1,500 Massachusetts biotechnology companies that are here. I mean, our industry issues are beyond drug pricing now. Our industry issues are transportation. Our industry issues are ensuring that as we attract and try to retain talent that's graduating from our institutes of higher education, that we're affording them, you know, a fair and equitable and right-priced place to live, you know, along, hopefully, a robust public transportation infrastructure. Our issues now are childcare and making sure that people have entry, you know, after COVID as we return to work, back to a job. So I just bring this all up to say we need to be better advocates for a wider breadth of issues on Beacon Hill and Capitol Hill, because these are issues that are also going to affect the future growth of this industry here. Any other questions? All right. That seems to be it. I guess I answered them all. It was an incredible report from the looks of things. But thank you all very much. Thank you for being here. I look forward to collaborating.
Go slide. 1 second. There we go. All right, thank you, Joe, and thanks to the whole MassBio team. So we've heard a lot of data today. You heard from John, you heard from Alicia from Northeastern, you just heard from Joe. This industry is growing, it's not stopping. We appreciate all the conversations today that are talking about how to expand the pool of workers rather than companies just taking workers from each other. And we heard a lot of ideas for that, and we want to keep those conversations going. And we're going to talk about those in our breakout sessions, which are next. Before we do that, I just want to remind folks, Joe just told you how to get to MassBio's workforce report, which is at massbio.org. You heard from John about MassBioEd's Employment Outlook report. They really complement each other, where MassBio has this direct data from companies. So we want you to look at both. In your program, there are 3 QR codes. If you open up the back cover, one will take you right to the Employment Outlook report, and you can just go and download that for free. One will take you to a website which will have all the resources from today's conference. So give my team a couple of days. It's been a little bit hectic, but check that out in a couple of days for all the slides from today. Eventually we'll get the notes up from the roundtables. And then the other QR code is around get involved. So if you want to volunteer with us, if you want to host students, you can go there. You can also just reach out to our team or email volunteer@massbioed.org. So I, once again, want to thank our generous sponsors. We couldn't do any of this without them, so thank you so much. And I just want to take a second to thank our team. So if all the MassBioEd staff can stand up, please. Awesome job. It's been a lot of work. Where is Megan? Is Megan out of the room? Megan is, so a special thank you to Megan Schultz, who, there's Megan, who is the organizer, yes, behind a lot of these logistics, and also a congratulations to Megan because she's getting married in 2 days. So not only has she been organizing the conference, but organizing her wedding and honeymoon, and we wish you all the best. So our next order of business, and our second to last, is breakout sessions, and this is where another chance where you're going to have time to talk with each other. So we have 2 breakout sessions going on. The first one is on inclusion, retention, and advancement, and especially looking at diverse talent. This is really a focus on incumbent workers, and that is in this room. So if you want that, stay in this room and move up, right, because some people are going to leave, so come closer. The other session right now is more on recruitment, thinking about education and training, getting new people in and educating them, and that is going to be back in the annex where we had lunch, and the other session. Same thing, move up, because we're going to have half the number of people, so don't sit in the back. After these breakout sessions at 3 o'clock, there's a dessert reception in the middle there where we had the food, so stay around, have some dessert, talk to each other. John, Megan, am I missing anything else I need to say? Okay, so enjoy your session. We're not going to convene again at the end except to celebrate with dessert. So thanks for coming, but stay for this session because we really want to talk with you.
Check. Check.
true. Like suck it up for one day and then.
That's it. You're
Where do
easy.
you stay?
I'm in West Roxbury, so
it's an easy commute.
about
as
as
well.
Do you take the flight?
I wasn't going to do a long commute.
yeah. So our office is in Waltham, so I'm very accustomed to like Route 995. Like that's usually my go. This was actually Route 9. I was like, no problem. Hi. Yeah.
You Airbnb in it?
Wonderful. Yes. We love that. We did talk about we would love to leave as much time for audience questions as possible. So do that for the hour. Or for the when you say the time.
And I was like, you know what?
Got it. I just is 2 to 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
A mortgage.
Yeah, exactly.
I was fortunate. We have friends.
Thank you so much. Okay, great. I figure if we try to wrap at 2:30 and give the audience time, depending on.
Big furniture.
I loved that. Yeah, because I think that always.
Live another life.
I think that.
Like,
Yeah, it makes people thinking. It makes people stand up rather than just like any questions at all. Nothing. Like yeah, if it's just like you could at least stand up and answer my question.
Yes.
To you.
Like I know you have questions. Maybe this will like help you kind of get them.
Yeah. No, I love that. That's exactly my intention.
Yeah, he's at home for the summer. And yours is going to the beach.
Oh, my
We're running
best friend's
early.
daughter's
That's
going to
next.
Vegas.
Okay.
We all graduate together. Ex-wife.
Do it. I'm fine. Actually, I just downed some lemonade before I came in here. Yeah. Yeah.
She just had her last day of high school. He called me crying. Pull it together.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's home for the summer.
Good.
He's working, which is great. Catherine! Hi! Oh my God!
Ross, I was gonna like everything's for everyone, but that last bit about resources,
Yes.
I was gonna open with you if that's okay.
What was the question?
It's the very end where it's like, what resources would people on the panel recommend folks look at, like best practices, just because you have it teed up because it's on your website already. Oh, hey, I wasn't sure if you imagined podium use or if it's cool if we sit in a row here. We're fine with whatever.
First of all, whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Awesome. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we have 3 mics here and there's one in the podium. Can I steal the podium mic? And then we each have our own? It's fine either way. I just see that it's mobile, so. Love it. I know.
You don't have to be quiet yet.
Okay, I was going to say, Riz isn't back yet.
No. We were just switching mics. Now everyone has their.
Oh, okay.
You guys get to stand.
I actually went to a conference once in Paris that they actually had interpreters.
So everyone,
And it was like, so
keep back for a few more minutes. We're
I
still
think
not quite
like
there.
the heads. I love it. Yeah, that was a fun one. Sounds awesome. Yeah, I was saying I was once, this was probably in 2014. Oh my gosh, 8 years ago. At a conference in Paris. And they had, it was a global conference, and they had interpreters. And they had the headset, you know, everybody had headsets just so you could listen in whatever language you wanted to listen in.
Like the UN.
Yeah, I was like, this
That's pretty fancy.
Yeah, I was like, this is it.
Well, it's fancy to have an earpiece and put his beer. So.
Yeah,
Well,
it
that's
sounds like
fancy, but no language.
And then
No
the
language.
wind, the wind machine, you get like a wind machine.
Get that,
Right,
yeah,
exactly. Down to That's right. When are you going out to London? Saturday. Yeah. I'm excited. I haven't been out of the country since 2019.
coming for the first time in 3 years. I know. You need to be pristine.
Hey, are you ready? All right. So, can I just introduce you real quickly?
Oh, of course.
Sure. Actually, I'm going to come around. Okay, everybody. Thanks again for being here for a great day. And we saved some pretty awesome people for last, I got to tell you. So I'm really glad you could all join us for this panel. And without giving away too much, I'm going to turn it right over to Jean LeClaire from the Mass Life Science Center, and she's going to kick off our panel as our moderator.
Thank you so much, John. So I'm Jean LeClaire. I'm the Senior Director of Business Development and Workforce Partnerships with the Mass Life Sciences Center. I'm really glad to be here today. And I'm joined by three excellent panelists. We have Riz Shiham. She's the Senior Manager of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and GMP, and GMP Quality Assurance at Blueprint Medicines. And then to her left, we have Diana Cruz-Solash. She's the Vice President of Talent, Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity at Vertex Pharmaceuticals. And then we have Ross Marshall, our very own from MassBio, Senior Director of the DEI Advisory at MassBio. So thank you all for joining us. So we thought we would kick it off today with a discussion of what, why, and how. So what do we mean when we say inclusion? What do we mean by DE&I, just as a heads up in terms of defining our terminology? You're going to hear a lot of acronyms up here. DE&I, D&I, DEI, and B. There's no wrong acronym for the use of today, so just know that whatever fits with your company is fine with us. Questions welcome, though. So this is turning over to all three of you panelists. What do we mean when we say inclusion, retention, advancement, and DE&I in general? And how do we define success? How do we know when we've gotten there?
All right, I can go ahead and get started. When I think about inclusion, retention, and advancement, it really leads back to the conversation of when organizations oftentimes focus on recruiting diverse talent, and what I mean by diverse talent is historically underrepresented talent. So this is Black, Indigenous, people of color, inclusive of Latinx, East Asian, and South Asian. And so when you look at just recruiting these historically underrepresented populations, you also need to have a mechanism and a culture to retain them. And in order to retain them, you need to have possibilities for them to advance within your organization. Something I noticed when Joe was presenting is a lot of organizations seem to have this chasm between entry-level positions and these higher-level positions at director levels, VP, et cetera. Then there seems to be a gap of when you bring in talent, do you have mechanisms to teach?
Yeah, and I'll add to it. And first, thanks for having this discussion. I think we're going to have a very rich dialogue, and there's so much collective knowledge in the room. For Vertex Pharmaceuticals, a big piece, I won't necessarily go over the inclusion and diversity piece, but equity is super important. And when I think about equity and Vertex thinks about equity, it's about access. Access to opportunities, access to information, access to resources that really enable everyone to thrive. And similarly, we look at our data and say, okay, how do we measure that? Well, we can look at talent pipeline, and typically for our historically marginalized and underrepresented groups, the talent pipeline looks like the pyramid, where there's more representation at the bottom, less so at the top. For majority men, it looks like the total opposite. So it leads to a question of why. Why is that happening? So looking at what job assignments are we giving people? I loved the conversation about criteria. We did a job description scrub as Vertex because we're saying we're getting in our own way of what we're trying to achieve. So I think equity is a thing that we are really focused on.
I think everybody has a different definition for diversity, equity, and inclusion, what it means to them, what it means to their organizations. For me, I think of diversity as that belonging component of it, that we all look out there and we all want. The equity for me is the work, the initiatives that we put out there, the heavy lifting that we do as an organization, the outreach that we do. And the inclusion is measuring the equity part of it there. And without the measuring part of there, we don't have accountability, we can't set goals, and we just don't know where we are in this space. So for me, it runs up to those three.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a wide spectrum of what this conversation will include, and so we just wanted to start out by sort of defining terms and setting out sort of the boundaries of what this conversation and what these initiatives can look like. Moving a little bit to the why, we hear this sometimes, I'm sure you guys have heard it. If the goal is to include everyone, if inclusion is about making everyone feel welcome, why do we focus on specific groups sometimes differently?
I love this question. Because oftentimes it gets to, whenever organizations do this work, there's, you start talking about systemic racism, white privilege. One of the initial things that comes up is like, well, people are going to be offended. The question is, who is going to be offended? Like, the people who are going to be offended have sat in this place of privilege where you haven't had to face the realities of systemic racism. You haven't had oppressive, intentional means that have kept you at the bottom of the ladder. So when we talk about inclusion, it's actually an inclusion with a caveat of inclusion as long as you are not diminishing anyone else in the room. And I particularly mean historically marginalized populations. So when we talk about inclusion within an organization, it really has to take into account that there are systemic oppressions that don't just exist outside of organizational walls, it also exists within your organizations, and oftentimes it shows up in very subtle ways. Which is why when you talk about it, when you talk about inclusion, it needs to start with the most oppressed people within our communities and even within your employee population.
Yeah, and I've always loved the way that Riz talks about this work. We had the pleasure of being on a panel last year, so love listening to you. And I love that question too. It's like inclusion is about everybody, so why do we have differential efforts? And the way that I, having done this work for many years, I think I've finally come up with something that sort of gets people to pause, which is if we think about markets that we're in, if we're underperforming in a market by every metric we hold dear, whether it's retention, headcount, pull-through and pipeline, engagement, do we blame the market and say, oh, it's the market's fault? Or do we go in and say, you know what, we've got to do something differently? And then that has, I have found, helped people to pause and say, oh, okay, I get it now. And I love, I think I sent this out as a resource. There's a great article about equity in our work from the Stanford, did I send it to you? I think I did. That talks about targeted universalism, and I really like this concept of saying, we can do things that are universally good for everybody. So if you think about women as an example and flexible work arrangements and women really pushing that forward, that actually benefits everybody. So targeted universalism, thinking about what will benefit everybody, but particularly historically marginalized groups, is also another way to think about that question.
I would also say that diversity is a spectrum. And for every organization, those needs and that growth comes up differently. So it's important to measure where we are as an organization to find out what diversity we have in-house, and that way we can make our efforts count as we move forward to try to increase diversity and representation within our ranks.
Yeah, definitely. So leading kind of from that now into the how do we get there? Are there specific examples? Are there methods, recommendations, best practices, initiatives that perhaps you've been involved in directly or know about that you could share in sort of a guiding North Star sort of way, should anyone be thinking about trying to replicate this?
Sure. I'll start with a question you asked at the beginning. So how do you measure success within this space? Because if you start with that end goal in mind, then you can kind of come back and look at the initiatives that you need to do to be able to get there. So I feel like within the ED&I space, or DEI space, however you would like to phrase it, there's an objective measure and then there's a subjective measure. So the objective measure is when you look at your company's statistics, your organizational numbers, composition, promotion rates, et cetera. And then there's a subjective measure that particularly gets at lived experiences. So what is the narratives and experiences of your historically marginalized employees, folks within your organization? Do they feel like the black and brown folks within your organization, do they feel like they're being heard, that they're being given equitable opportunities to advance, that they have psychological safety? And when you put those two, the measurements together, that's when you have this complete picture of where you want to go with ED&I. And so at Blueprint Medicines, and my people are sitting right there, so look at them. The way that we've tried to approach this is we want to dive into the discomfort. So shortly after George Floyd's murder, we initiated our ED&I committee, and we dove into the deep end of, we want to talk about white privilege and systemic racism. Everybody in this room is going to get uncomfortable. We're going to sit here for 45 minutes if that's what it takes, but we're going to do it because the conversation has been left out for far too long, and that the people who have continually been oppressed are continue to be at the bottom without anybody hearing their voice, and that is just unacceptable. So having uncomfortable conversations is a big piece of this. And then the second is, as you look at your structural and your policies, ED&I isn't this thing that you do. It's actually how you do everything. So when you look at your organization, how are you recruiting? How are you advancing? How are you looking at your statistics? Are they driven up by gender and race, or are you just looking at overall company demographics and you're like, you know what, we're actually doing great against our state population? That's not enough. So you have to look at the how. I'm gonna pause there because she has so many great things to say.
So I guess if we, start with the end in mind, and we use a maturity model that we talk about, the typical path that companies progress along in their journey for ID&E excellence, and typically it starts with a compliance focus. So how do I stay out of trouble, right? You see anti-harassment, anti-discrimination training, and that is absolutely necessary, but is not sufficient. And then the next stage is usually around programmatic. And this is where you see a lot of grassroots efforts, so employee resource networks. You might see training on unconscious bias, but they're very event-driven, and they don't really get at what Riz was talking about, which is how you do everything. People go to these things, they feel great, they go back to the same environment. Where we are as Vertex is really, making this about being leader-led, and infusing ID&E in our processes, because that's when you really scale inclusion, diversity, and equity and go from a moment to a movement. And so our strategy is really built around how do we scale ID&E, because it lives in interactions and decisions that happen on the ground every day. So we've got a three-part strategy that is first, equipping all Vertexians with the skills, the resources, the tools to activate ID&E. So that's a lot of work with leadership teams. It's our what we call our live ID&E curriculum. The second is really about embedding ID&E in all our core processes. So we have a really tight partnership with talent acquisition. I actually have performance management, succession planning, and talent reviews all under my shop, which I love, because then I can just talk to myself and say, not just myself, but I can say to my team, hey, this is how we're going to do this work. And it just gets infused in. And then the last is really to differentially invest where we have gaps in representation, and do that unapologetically for the reasons that we described. And I'm happy to talk more about any particular initiatives as people might like.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to having an equitable framework. And when I say that, it's like, would you start your business, would you run your business without a budget? Of course not. It doesn't make sense. Well, how can you run your business, start your business, without having an equitable framework in mind? It has to be inculcated in the foundation of your organizations to really benefit from having a diverse population in your workforce.
Yeah, and we've talked a little bit about this and come at it from a couple different angles, but because of the workforce struggles that so many companies are seeing across the country, across industries, but particularly life sciences as well, many companies, I'm finding in just my business development work, are suddenly all ears when it comes to stuff like this. And whereas maybe a few years ago there wasn't quite the momentum for it, and now out of necessity, these companies are suddenly really interested in what we can do better. Somewhat more on a recruitment perspective and less on a taking care of the employees they already have. I'd love to hear, I guess, a little bit in maybe ways that you've seen that balance play out, ways that companies can kind of take care of who they've got and maybe also achieve some of those recruitment goals when it comes to DE&I, and where that balance kind of lies.
That's a great question. Also probably very loaded because there's so many ways that you could tackle this. I don't know who I was talking to about this, but I feel like when you look at recruitment, one of the ways in which you can tackle both the culture piece, which really keeps your people there, and bring in more representative talent, is the representation needs to span across all the levels. Like how Diana was just talking about, it's a pyramid. You can't just have this wide representation of folks like sitting within a manager to an associate director level, and then from director level all the way to your executive team, you have one black person, and that's like your, what you call your diversity. Like that's called tokenization, that's called checking the box, and it does not, and the people see right through it, particularly historically marginalized folks see right through that. So what you really need to do is, as you start to look at this, the how, what I was talking about in the ED&I is how you do it, your recruitment needs to span across from top to bottom, because what happens then is people will be attracted to your organization because they see themselves in your leaders. They see a pathway, they see advocates that they can relate to. And that's super important in not only like how you're bringing in talent, but also how you're planning on keeping them there. It's gonna change your culture, because then you'll have multiple lived experiences around a table, adding to your structures, your policies.
Yeah, I agree with that. And maybe one of the things that I'll talk about, because one of our goals that we have, just to talk turkey, because everybody likes to know, like, really, what are your goals and what are your metrics? One of ours is to close the gap where it exists between representation at the director and above level and the overall workforce. Because, you know, we don't want to just recruit our way out of the issue at the lower levels. And I was really pleased that we were able to, like, set that as a goal, because you can pull many levers. There's recruiting, there's promotion, there's retention. And one of the things that we started last year was something called executive mentoring circles, to really get people proximate. So our executive committee is all last year, and we just rolled out the second cohort. They're mentoring 3 or 4 self-identified Black and Latinx directors through VPs, meeting once a month for 6 months for an hour each, and then meeting one-on-one with these individuals at least twice. And it was so fantastic to hear our executive committee members. They were a little competitive. They're like, I met with mine, and here's what I'm doing, which is always fun. And more importantly, I was connecting with the mentees and saying, how's the experience? What have you gotten out of that? And people were saying, I was able to call up this executive committee member as I was thinking about 2 different internal opportunities, and he spent an hour with me working that through. And so now we're closing that distance that often exists when you don't have the relationship, so that people are talking about this talent in a very different way. This individual who I also mentioned was also sharing with me that she got to recruit for her own team. She moved into a particular role, and she's an MSL, and she was recruiting for her own team. And she said that all the people asked her, all the candidates, whether they were from underrepresented communities or not, asked, what are you doing around diversity? And she said, Diana, I had literally welled up with tears, because I could actually say, here's something that I experienced that was so meaningful for my career. So I just say that to say it's a virtuous cycle of focusing on your people will help the recruiting and help us achieve our goals.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that in the way of talent acquisition there. And of course, everybody wants to talk about how do we get more talent in the door there. But we really need to take the steps back and think about what our culture has to offer these recruits, these new people into our ecosystem there. Because if we don't have a system of belonging there, those initiatives in place, that comes from leadership. We need leadership that can recognize that there are, these systems out there that are inequitable. They need to also recognize their own privilege and how they can create opportunities within their organizations there. And when we have this kind of system put in place there, then we'll start seeing some real turnaround there with not only talent acquisition, but people staying. And I've been in organizations where we put a lot of effort into getting talent in the door, but they don't stay. And then they just throw their hands up and say it doesn't work. But they have to take a look inside here. And I'm saying we've been seeing numbers all day here, and it can be a tough pill to swallow, because we've created this system that we're at now. So how do we turn it around? And that's the real hard work that we're doing here today. So.
Yeah. Can I make a quick comment? I was just reminded of how I know a lot of organizations use referral programs, and this can work against you in many ways. So for instance, at Blueprint, one of the things we've taken a look at is when your company composition is predominantly a certain race or gender, like will beget like. So your referral program is going to tend to bring in that same demographic. But as you start to become more representative, it's going to work in your favor. So we have a certain department, our regulatory department for that matter, has been a huge case study for, as we've brought in more diversified talent, it is arguably the most representative group that we have at Blueprint. They have the most amount of Black and brown folks who not only sit within entry-level roles, but across the board all the way to senior director and VP. And so it really goes to show that as you start to focus on the belonging, and then as you focus on this like leadership structure of how do you mentor from within and bring people up, it's going to create the cycle that's going to start feeding diversity and representation for business continuity. Like you really need to plan for like 5, 10, 20-year range of how is your business going to continue to do this well beyond your years.
Definitely. Thank you for adding that. And to the panel's credit, all of them wanted to make sure that we left as much time as possible for questions and conversations. So please be thinking about that. We have just a couple more for you guys. What resources, what do you guys read? What should folks look at when they're thinking about learning more about this, or again, thinking about putting into practice some of the ideas you've shared? Any great recommendations for resources to follow up? And I know that we'll be sending them out to all of you through John. Go ahead.
I love the Deloitte model because Diana had suggested it to me. We actually use it at Blueprint to kind of pick out our North Star as well. It's where the Deloitte model, for those of you, I know we're going to send it out, was actually created back in 2018. But the course of like the 4-level structure that it goes over of how an organization can mature through ED&I, they call it D&I, add in the equity because that's very key. That's super helpful. The other thing is, in terms of education, everyone has access to Google. Like I talk to the Blue Crew, we call Blueprint members Blue Crew, like talk to them all the time about self-education. Can be something as little as go on TED Talk, find a topic, and like listen to one once a week. It is maybe 10, 15 minutes of your time. It works to just like whatever will help you expand your scope. Try to live in somebody else's shoes. Like have a conversation with your coworker about what you learned in that TED Talk, and these ways of trying to counteract your own unconscious biases, because every single one of us has them. It's so key. Like you don't need a formal training and that being like the stagnant one-time thing. Every organization is going to do this. It becomes a very performative thing, and it's like it irks me when that happens, because like what is your continuation? Like how are your people pulling this through, and how are you going to interact with this on a day-to-day basis? Does somebody in a room know that when they walk in and say, hey guys, not everybody responds to guys? Like are you like aware of those kinds of unconscious biases that just like play out immediately? Those are the things that you're going to gain once you start to self-educate and train your muscles to like become stronger in, I'm going to watch what I say right now. What is the intent of what I'm about to say, and what is the impact of what I'm about to say? Like let me take a minute to like pause before I blurt this out.
I've heard myself say guys 2 times.
Everybody does it. Everybody does it.
So thank you.
I've had to train a lot.
I saw
Heard.
But I mean, you have to be able to call people in with grace too, right? I mean, I might be an ID neat leader, but I make mistakes all the time, and my kids always tell me when I do. So one of the resources I like is bias interrupters. I had the privilege when I was at Ernst & Young of sitting on that committee. Professor Joan Williams out of UC Hastings Law started this website, and it's super practical because it's all talking about what are the interventions, like what are the watch-outs in various processes, like talent processes, whether that's hiring, assigning work, promotions, performance management, what are the watch-outs, and then what are the ways you can interrupt that and build that into the moment, because self-education and individual action is absolutely necessary. And I also think we can use our processes and systems to nudge us towards inclusion and equity without, someone having to think about it. The other reason I bring it up is that people often say, oh, I don't work for a big biotech, right? I work for a small company, and how do I get the resources and the time to do this? If you look at bias interrupters, a lot of these things are just building things into the processes you're already running.
If you're a MassBio member, the greatest resources is the DEI team. Warner Santiago and myself make ourselves readily available to talk to our members every day about how to aid them along their DEI journey. And if you're not a member, please take advantage of our resources we have on the website there. We have a lot of inclusive guides there that help your organizations. I think they're the 2 biggest ones we have.
Perfect. Thank you all. We would love to move now to some questions. We had an idea, sort of collectively, to kick off. Actually, I think, Riz, this came from you. If some of these ideas, some of this conversation feels really new to you, or if some of these initiatives are not things that are happening at your current organization or company, we'd be interested to hear why it feels like that is, if there are barriers, if there are challenges in place, if there's just structurally not an appetite for it? What are sort of the pain points and the pinch points when it comes to trying to enact some of these in your own experience? Other than that, though, we're happy to take any other questions or comments, of course.
Yeah, go ahead. So talking about working for a small company, we have a small company. Our entire exec team actually is women, but it's white women. And I hear a lot when I'm interviewing people, younger white women, they're like, oh, what's it like to work for a women-run company? And they're all excited, and they can see themselves growing into those roles. But, I don't see our leadership team leaving anytime soon. How do we diversify our employees if, there aren't the roles to hire all of the different levels? And how do we make people feel like they do have a path still there?
Yeah, go for it. I think that's a real question. I mean, that is absolutely one of the things. It's like, oh gosh, how do we do that? I guess what I might suggest, and I don't know your organization, so I'll just share, because that's true of many companies. The board's not going to move on. The executive committee's not going to move on. What are the other roles that are high visibility, high profile roles? So who are, in our world at Vertex, who are the disease area experts who run a program? Who gets to be on that disease strategy team from every, function? And those are prime roles, highly visible. So I might think of those kinds of roles.
And then I would love to understand, in having a majority female, white female board or executive team, how do they feel about their allyship? And do they understand how to be proper allies in this space to create that psychological safety for a more representative workforce, even if they may not be at their level?
They want to.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one of the things we've been discussing is that they want it to be perfect. They want to roll out programs that are going to be perfect for everybody, and they're getting in their own way because they don't want to pull the trigger and accidentally offend somebody. And so that's kind of where we're stuck right now.
Oh my God, I would love to talk to your people. Because the thing is so what we love to say at Blueprint is we like to do things scrappy. So when we started our ED&I initiatives, we did not have a North Star. I feel like I got a lot of my ideas from Diana, as we were going. We knew we had a first step, and that's all we needed to know that there was a staircase. We're gonna take it one step at a time. If they can just get on board with, can you just take a first step with a great amount of faith in that you're doing the right thing? If your end goal is to bring in a more representative group, you waiting to make things perfect will be waiting forever, because there is no such thing. There's no company out there that's done ED&I perfectly. If there were, we would have a model, all of us would be rolling out, we wouldn't be here today. But that's not true. So if they can understand that you don't have any positions open in which you can hire diverse or representative folks, become allies in this space. How can you be the voice? Use your white privilege, which whenever I use that term, I actually mean that as a opportunity for someone where you have innate power that I do not because I show up in a different form. And now you have this opportunity to use that power to elevate somebody else who has been historically marginalized, to give them an opportunity in your company, to help them feel seen, to mentor them, like Diana was saying, so that even if they don't get the position at your company, they can do it somewhere else, and that would be a success for you. And then in addition to that, creating this culture of being able to openly talk about the fact that, hey, yes, we do have a lot of gender diversity, but we're kind of sucking on the racial front right now. That's okay. We're gonna work on it, and here's how. That's gonna make them an active ally in the space, as opposed to this performative piece of when companies try to wait to have the perfect program. That's like climbing a mountain that has no summit. You're going to burn out very quickly.
And I think you said it previously that it's supposed to be uncomfortable. That's okay. That's how it starts. And so I think that feeling of being so afraid to engage with something because you're afraid to make a single mistake is exactly what sort of hampers that from moving forward. So the self-education piece, the idea of creating space for those conversations is a big step in that direction, so that no one feels like they're out there alone trying to get it all right the first time. Absolutely.
I would also draw a comparison, right, of when you talk about who's gonna get offended. Compare the offense that somebody is going to feel as a result of doing this work in comparison to the people who have sat in this layer of discomfort for generations on end and they do not see an end in sight. The latter weighs more always. And so you need to be able to draw that differentiation of if you're doing this work, it is going to be uncomfortable. If it's not uncomfortable, I'd argue you're not doing it right. because it's just, we haven't done it, and it's been far too long, and you can't wait for the next George Floyd murder, the next like big call for this to happen, because this is continual. Like, you can't wait for that trigger. And actually, poor choice of words, I'm not going to use that, but it's just like you can't wait for those kinds of signals to come around to understand that you need to make changes now, even if it means that you don't see that whole staircase.
Thank you. Other questions or stories or input? Yes, I see in the second row.
Hi, everybody. I'm Denisha from Prometrica. I love how you guys are talking about, it's necessary to have these uncomfortable conversations, and I totally agree. My question is, do you have any suggestions on how to get an employee force to be comfortable with being uncomfortable and to get them in a place where they're okay with having these uncomfortable conversations?
I think your bias interrupters are solid for this.
Yeah, the bias. So, thanks.
They're prompts.
Right.
PSA.
I mean, I think first there's got to be trust, right? So, I think that starting personally. So I'm going to say this, and it doesn't work in all cases, but like one thing that we have found to be helpful. So there are two things. One is we have the social identities wheel. And a social identities toolkit that we've, have self-serve. Teams can, talk about social identities and talk about what that means in terms of how they show up, and how they show up with what identity first, when, and it becomes really personal. So it helps to make it about, like, here's my, like, before there's an issue or something that's uncomfortable, you're having the conversation about what is most meaningful to me, what does this identity mean to me in my interactions. The other thing that we have is our baseline training for our LIVE curriculum is insider and outsider dynamics, and we have groups share, like, when did I feel like an insider, what was it, when did I feel like an outsider, and that gives people more perspectives and appreciation, and then we lead up to, like, then if you see something, how do you call someone in, and we actually have a Zoom background that we use, which is like a little bit of a stoplight that says red if you hear something that you think is coded. Now we're talking about in the context of interview debriefs and talent calibrations. If you hear something that sounds like coded language, like stop, and then the yellow is like ask a question. What did you mean by that? Tell me more about that, because then asking a question gets somebody to like articulate like, oh, what did I mean by that? I don't know what I meant by that. And so it's not like a quick thing, but I think that building trust, getting people personal before there are those uncomfortable moments helps to build, some muscle memory for that.
I can tell you about one of the things that we did at Blueprint to kind of build trust, because psychological safety was really the basis for this, is we call them ED&I circles. So we started them around shortly after George Floyd's murder, where this ED&I circle is really an open forum conversation. So we pick a topic every 6 weeks. You have 3 different sessions. We provide pre-reads ahead of each session. So for example, one of the first conversations was around systemic oppression. We talked about critical race theory. We're talking about the anti-LGBTQIA laws next week. And ahead of each session, we send 5 pre-reads. A couple of them are videos, a couple of them are audio, a couple of them are articles. We ask, it's open to the whole company. You show up to the conversation. We have a moderator. And you start the conversation by laying out some ground rules of, we're not here to win a battle. You're not here to dominate an argument. You're here to hear perspectives and open yourself up to the idea that you may not know something because of your lived experience. And in the beginning, it was super uncomfortable because you're talking about systemic racism in a company where we were majority white folks. And you had a couple of people of color in the room who didn't feel like very comfortable expressing their lived experience because nobody else could relate. And so, but over time, we've realized that people have started to humble themselves to the fact that there are things that they have never experienced in their life, and because of their lived experiences and their unconscious biases that they're surrounded by always, even at like this later age of being in your 40s and 50s or wherever, you are starting to relearn, like unlearn things and relearn. And it is a muscle you have to flex. And this is where I came up with the thing, we call it a reflective silence. It's not awkward silence anymore, because when you're sitting in these conversations, you're gonna have some of that. And my go-to thing is like, we're gonna stay here for the next 45 minutes if you want to in reflective silence, or one of you can say something, we can start somewhere. And it really helps people to get going of like, say whatever, say the wrong thing so that you're saying it in this forum as opposed to saying it somewhere else where nobody's gonna feel comfortable correcting you. And we're a company of like 500 something now, and so like it worked to try to get like 20 something people together at a time and like have these conversations on repeat.
I don't really have much to add to both those comments there, except that I think it also may be a generational thing where I was growing up where you don't talk about religion, politics, or money, especially at business or at the dinner room table. But I think the new generation coming into the workforce is much more comfortable talking about these things. They're sharing their salaries, they're talking about race, they're bringing up these subjects that have always been traditionally taboo. And if we don't get ourselves in that space to have those conversations, then they're going to bypass us. So it's taking these techniques that he's brought up here, implementing it there, and yeah, people are going to be uncomfortable. We may be uncomfortable. We have to get over ourselves. You know, we may have to start out with a smaller contingency within that side of our organizations and build up coalition, but we have to start somewhere, and usually we have to start with ourselves.
Thank you for that question. I feel like this is going to be a really great list of resources to follow up with everyone about, so thank you. Other questions, comments, input, experiences? Yeah, go ahead, right there, fourth row. There's a mic coming if you'd like. I can hear you.
Hi. So my name's Katie, and I am the only HR person at a very early stage biotech company. So, you know, we're starting to think about DE&I and just really starting to have that conversation. I think one of the things that you mentioned that's so helpful is doing some benchmarking, basically getting a sense of the diversity within the company at present. My question is how to do that sensitively, especially knowing that people can have many different identities. And I like this idea of the what was it, the wheel, the social identities wheel? Yeah. So I guess that's my question, is how do we do that sensitively? Because I do think it's so important in order for us to know where we want to go from where we are.
We give away so much information just to get free Wi-Fi. I don't understand why there's a hesitation to ask any question in HR regarding, you know, DEI. You know, we're used to giving that information out, and if we have trust in our organization to believe that, hey, we're doing this so we can make a better workplace, then I want to contribute to this, because this is maybe the one of the few opportunities I had to really express how I feel about what's going on around me.
I do agree that we as HR should steward that. I might have a little bit of a different take because it's one of the dilemmas in ID&E. We have boxes. We have these fake, you know, constructs by which we identify, but they're fake, but they're real in terms of lived experiences. And you know, I'm always cautious to say, look, we have these ways of measuring. This isn't everything, but it is an indicator, and we're going to use it because we want to make the working environment better, and we can see that there are patterns. Does it capture every pattern of lived experience? No, it does not. And so we talk a lot about like an over-reliance on hard data, right? And lived experience is so important. So I would just maybe pair the like, hey, we're trying to build a better working world with this, you know, acknowledgement that the data will never capture every single lived experience, and we're going to pair that with understanding the lived experience too, but this will help us at a macro level. I was on a call a couple of weeks ago. We have this thing called the IDEA Incubator. It's our ID&E Action Incubator. It's, you know, people from around the organization who chair ID&E task forces where they're part of the business, and we were going over some data, and I was so happy that somebody called me out or called me in and said, you know, Diana, you're talking about this data so like glibly. She didn't use glibly, but that's kind of how I heard it. And let's not forget that there are stories behind every single number. And I was like, you know what, thank you for sharing that, because you're right. I'm just sort of like skating over it as if everybody understands that's the case. So I think you got to have that like piece with it as well.
Is the hesitation on like, how are you defining race? Are you adding sexual orientation? Just trying to.
So I think there are two levels of hesitation. I think the first is exactly that. What categories do we choose? I mean, even choosing Asian, for instance, is so ridiculous. So how do we start to get a little bit more granular, but maybe not get too granular? And then I get the sense of, we have a parent company, that there may also be some nervousness to have, that there could be any perception that we might use that data that we collect even inadvertently to discriminate. And so I think those are the two sensitivities.
All right, yeah, that's completely valid. I'm harping on when Diana just said that race is definitely a social construct. The way that we like to use it at Blueprint is you use the social construct to your advantage. So we follow the way that our HR forms are set up right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, is we follow the same categories that are set up in, I believe, like the census or like government forms, since like folks are used to that. It is certainly not fully inclusive. Like that's like the initial transparency and disclaimer around that. And speaking of that disclaimer, it is so important that your employees understand why you're asking for the information, because you're right, particularly historically marginalized folks, where like you may have a lack of trust with organizations and a lack of trust with, we talk about it within the biotech industry in general, and you've been kind of taken advantage of in the past and it's not been used in your favor. You need to be transparent around that. You're actually trying to use this to benefit your recruitment processes, your policies, your structures, because that layer of transparency creates trust with your employees. It builds that psychological safety for them to know that the data is being collected for this, and I now feel safe sharing this. They should also feel safe asking questions and also not choosing to identify. Like that is completely up to them if they want to do that. And then you would have, maybe your like sample population would be small in what you're presenting, but at least it would be honest in terms of how you've interacted with your population to get the data and how you would be using it.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, another one right next to you. Grab that mic, yeah. Thank you. I think it's for the people listening remotely.
My name is Weezy Waldstein. I'm with a community-based coalition network called Action for Equity, and I am not representative of the people that I work with. I'm much whiter, much older. So I'm just putting a little bit of that context. I'm noticing, Riz, that you carry an operations title and an HR title. So I have a two-part question. One is, how do you on the HR side interact with your operations people on these issues? And any advice on that, any of that? And the other is, does having an operations role give you more authority, or is it a complexity to what you're doing?
Oh man. Well, the first thing is, the title has been updated. So I actually now sit as the Associate Director of Just ED&I at Blueprint. But I do. I have a quality regulatory background. Yes, absolutely. The first part of your question is, yes, it actually really helps, because the way that ED&I really started as a passion project for me. Like, I'm an activist out of necessity. I'm biracial, Muslim immigrant, like many different identities, where I sit at this intersection of consistently being marginalized. And so it's such a privilege to be able to turn a passion into a career. So I was able to utilize a lot of the things that we were implementing to kind of use my quality team as like my guinea pig of like, I'm gonna try this out on y'all and let's see if it works out before we roll it out company-wide. And you start to have conversations around, how are we recruiting? Like, where are your referrals coming from? Like, who's being given promotional opportunities? How are you determining where opportunities are going? And even when I was reporting into a line of white men after white man after white man, so like, even flexing my inner courage of being able to go up to them and say like, hey, you're a white man, I know your unconscious bias is gonna come out as soon as I say this, but I think I deserve a promotion. And then having that like very open conversation. I like to approach a lot of things at Blueprint of, I'm gonna ask this question, I'm gonna see if I'm gonna get fired today. And I'm still hired, so like it's worked, but it helped me flex that courage of, let's try things that people may not necessarily have tried, because I think it's worth it to see if we need to find other ways to challenge the status quo. So now, like, having that experience, I think it helped me move into this full-time role of understanding how is it that you can capitalize on a group of people to try to influence them to do the things that you're trying to do. and now moving that over to a much larger scale of like trying to influence 500 people and see like where that takes me. Stay tuned if I get fired at some point. You know what happened.
Thank you for the question. Yep, front row. I see you back there next. Front row first.
Thank you. I'm Catherine from WPI. So I have a question. One of the marginalized communities are those with physical limitations or needing adjustments. And where and how are you seeing this population within your initiatives or in the DEI conversation? Because I don't hear this being brought up a lot.
I love that question. In fact, you know, and it's something that is on the roadmap for Vertex. And, you know, it's just, if I could, like, get to everything at once, that, like, would certainly have been, but we are now exploring, particularly with our, you know, neurodivergent, and I heard a new term yesterday, neurodistinct. I'd never heard neurodistinct. And I was going to share that with one of my children who is neurodivergent. But we are thinking about, you know, gosh, there's a whole talent pool. There's many talent pools, this being one community that we haven't, you know, we haven't reached out to yet. So I can only say we're starting to think about, like, what are the roles where we have the business needs, you know, learning from it. So I used to work at Ernst & Young. Ernst & Young is like 8 years ahead of where, you know, Vertex is. And so I got on the phone with some of my colleagues, you know, former colleagues there to say, tell me about the journey, the roadmap, everything. So more to come. Not solved yet.
I also love this question. The way that we approach it is because we're a much smaller organization than Vertex, it's, you know, the way we deal with it is we have the series that we do called the Celebrating Diversity videos. So we had an individual who had epilepsy and wanted to kind of speak up about how neurodivergent and neurodistinct communities are often forgotten about in this conversation. And I have another comment I'd love to just make after this. But when she spoke up, like, it was around, because she has epilepsy, we were in the Zoom environment, and whenever you got on a Zoom call, people were like, you know, turn on your camera, and like, why aren't you on camera? Stop asking that question, because not everybody's in a position to be able to, one, they don't have to explain themselves. Two, you can encourage it in the beginning of a dialogue, but it's things like that of having folks who sit in that position who are willing to speak up about, like, what is your lived experience and what are the things that would help that if your coworkers did, it would make your life a little easier within the workplace. And like creating that awareness, because like Diana and Ross were saying, like, knowledge is really the first part of it. And then the other comment I had is, oftentimes when we talk about ED&I and like race is brought up time and time again, the question comes up of, like, you know, what about all these other communities? Race has a part that it plays in every single historically marginalized community. When you talk about the neurodivergent community, when you talk about the LGBTQIA+ community, people of color are treated differently and oftentimes very oppressively within each one of those communities as well. So it's really important to acknowledge that you can talk about these different communities and not saturate that, and ensure that within those communities you're also addressing the racial gaps that exist, because they're there. And even within the international scale, like, that's also a consideration.
And our workforces already have accessibility people in it already that we don't even recognize. They could be neurodivergent, they could have accessibility accommodations that are taken on one-on-one that we just don't recognize because we don't see it. So they're already there. We need to do better jobs about supporting them, though.
Thank you. And then in the back there.
I'm Cynthia Furman from UMass Chan Medical School. Something that universities are still working on is how to recognize, through promotion or other methods, the hidden contributions that individuals from underrepresented backgrounds make to the community through extra mentoring expectations or needs or requests, serving on varieties of committees, et cetera. And I'm sure that similar things happen in company settings. And I'm wondering, can you share any examples or strategies that you think might be helpful for universities or other companies that you've used to try to tackle this?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So we there are a couple of different ways. So one is that we have an internal talent marketplace. And through our internal talent marketplace, we have things called gigs. So these are, 5 to 10% of someone's time that they can, do something above and beyond their role that will build their skills in whatever way.
So we have designated our employee resource network leadership roles as a gig so that it becomes formally recognized within their performance management. I personally sent out notes to our employee resource network leaders and copied their managers to say, it's goal setting time, please put this in your goals. I've also sent a note right before year end to say, okay, ask for feedback from your executive sponsors so that we can shed a light on the things that are hidden through these formal processes.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the question? I feel like I zoned out for just a split second and then lost track.
It's about when you're someone, representing a group, right? So you're a person of color, woman of color in a department or in some part of your company, for example. And my experience is in university settings, right? You might be asked to serve on a number of different committees or have a lot of students who are also share a similar identity to you coming and requesting additional mentorship. So there might be kind of a larger tax on you, or you might just be seen as a strong mentor, right? Or whatever it is. But, for example, at universities, faculty are often promoted or, given leadership experiences or whatever it is, often based on, the research productivity, right? Or the leadership opportunities they are given in these spaces aren't, rewarded or recognized the same way as leadership opportunities that might, help the bottom line more directly with research productivity, for example. Yeah. So I was just I was curious about how companies are tackling this.
So I feel like you're going to run into this issue because oftentimes there's a lack of representation in here, right? Like people of color, particularly, I think are taxed at, lead the ERG, be the ED&I face, et cetera. And first and foremost, it's really not it's not a person of color's responsibility to do those things. I think having formal programs in place, like Diana was just talking about, are very helpful. So at Blueprint, we have a mentorship program where you have, and this doesn't have to work in a single direction, but it's rather voluntary for any Blue Crew member to sign up of which part of the business, which life skill, are you looking to learn? And then the coordinators of that program will pair you up with individuals who do have that set of skill that you're looking to attain. And so this way you're working from a wider pool of mentors. Perhaps they may not have the representation now, but at least it'll be one form of trying to attain that skill set. And there's also the other side of, sometimes people of color do seek out other folks of color because you see yourselves in them. And that part, it's a multifaceted solution of, one, in how you're recruiting, and this is why it's so important to have representation at those leadership levels. But two, if that individual is able and willing, it's their choice. Are you asking them before you kind of assign it to them? And two is, if they're doing it, it needs to go into as a part of their monetary compensation. It needs to go in that they have gone above and beyond, like Diana's saying, of their day-to-day role, and there needs to be monetary compensation to that. It can't be this, oh, you're doing a volunteer activity. We're not in high school. You're providing a service. You need to have a monetary compensation that accompanies that. Also, can I just say something? You said Chan, UMass Medical School. Speaking of disability awareness, we partner with Work Without Limits at UMass Medical School, so they provide an excellent disability etiquette training where you're taught about how do you act around people who may have physical handicaps, mental handicaps, et cetera. And so it's excellent to just learn things like, for instance, if you see an individual in a wheelchair, don't just assume that they want the door to be opened. It's an etiquette to ask whether or not they would like help. So that's another resource. If you're looking to educate, that's a great place to go.
The only thing I would add to that is that if you're a person from an unrepresented group in the workforce there, and these opportunities are coming knocking at your door, it's okay to have boundaries. It's okay to say, no, I can't take this on right now. And it's okay to say, hey, I am not a diversity expert. You may want to go out there and find a consultancy or bring somebody in-house that has that expertise to bring to the table. So it's also that emotional protection of yourself as well. So don't feel that you have to take on that extra job or initiative because you're the only person there.
You can direct them over to Mass Bio at Ross and Warner.
Please.
Perfect. We have time for maybe one more. If anyone's got questions, experiences, input, comment.
Yep, go for it. Front row, Elizabeth. Yeah, I see. Well, we got time for two. That's fine. Go ahead. There's dessert after this at 3, so.
I know, you don't want to hold people up from
No
that.
worries. No, this is worth it.
Well, thank you. This has been a great panel, not just because Jean has been moderating, who is my colleague. I'm Elizabeth Kennedy. I'm at the Mass Life Sciences Center. So my question is really small companies, because Jean and I work with some companies where there's one person, right? We heard a little bit about people who are working at companies and they're trying to figure out their DE&I programs. Some of them are too small for Mass Bio. So I think we've been talking about a lot of great examples of companies like Vertex who are doing these really incredible things. And so I don't want to bring us down to the most basic level, but I did want to ask at the most basic level for companies that maybe don't have, sexual harassment policies sometimes, which we know affects young women of color predominantly. What should the most basic things that these companies that we interact with, sometimes that are just a few employees, what would you, I know there are a number of different things they should, but what are like maybe some must-haves? Thank you so much.
Yeah, go for it.
I love the fact that when working in small startups or really small organizations is to have your own personal diversity statement. It inspired me to create my own. I have 3 pillars to it. I use data to make informed decisions, create equitable frameworks, and create economic opportunities within communities. And that could be supply diversity and other initiatives there. But if that meeting doesn't address one of those 3 pillars, I'm not in that meeting. I'm not getting out of bed to go to do anything if it doesn't hit at least one of those 3 pillars there. And I think an organization at any level can benefit from that.
I think where my head goes is like, think about what are the guiding principles and norms you want to set out, right? Because these are small companies, knock on wood that they'll grow. But how is it that the team, when there is a team, not just one person, or even that person, how spend some time thinking about what are the ways in which we're going to make decisions. What's always going to be true when we make a decision, that we have a diverse group around the table, that we are going to pause each other and stop if we hear a personal bias come up. I mean, I think, because that can apply to hiring, that can apply to talent decisions, even where you're investing, right? So that's where my head goes.
I completely agree. I was just going to say that you're in an optimal position because you're so small to just ingrain the how. Like ED&I isn't going to be a what for you. It's actually going to be how you're going to do everything. And so in your core values, the stuff that every company has splattered up on a wall, how is that inclusive and equitable to the workforce that you're going to develop in the future? So spot on.
Thank you. And take us home there in the 3rd row. I think Blueprint, Team Blue.
Thank you. I had a few questions, so I got to pick one. Okay. So maybe since this is the last question to take us home, I'd love to hear from each of you, what is something that really gets you out of bed? What's something that keeps you inspired? This is hard work. This is a long journey. Sometimes you might take 10 steps back to take 1 step forward. So just curious if you have some stories of kind of inspiration that keep you going and keep you motivated to stay in the space.
For me, it's really that we're doing the work that we may not see the end results of this in our lifetime. We likely won't. But that future generations, as I think about, I'm gonna have brown kids one day, and they're gonna grow up in this world where I want them to have a better chance of facing equity than I did. And that is amazing that we get to have a career in which you get to drive towards that every freaking day. How amazing is that? Because it didn't exist when I was younger. And I'm also an immigrant, and when I came here, the narrative was put your head down and just do the job. You have a single lane, get to retirement, that's the end goal. But now to have this ability to influence how you're going to be treated as a person of color, how you're going to build systems that are going to be more equitable, and everyone's going to have a voice at the table and they're going to be heard, that's pretty phenomenal to live in a day and age where, irrespective of all the things that are wrong, that's going right.
Yeah, I guess I think about it to your question, one story at a time. What are the stories that I hear? And there are two kinds of stories that really, like, when that happens, I'm like, okay, I'm leaving the office because the day can't get any better. They're either the stories, like I told earlier, where, this colleague of mine said, I genuinely could answer the question what we're doing around diversity, and I could feel, I mean, like, it just, I was like, oh, I'm right there with you, and we're both like, like welling, like really, because it's just like, it's the stuff of life, right? This is like it, this is the thing. And then the other thing that gets me is on the flip side, having leaders who thought they knew everything, right? Because we got a lot of smart people at these companies who are pretty sure they are like know everything. When they, and I can think of a particular leader who, but no, but seriously, who has opened himself up to feedback and said, thank you, you've given me a different way of thinking. I'm like, that's amazing, because that will go out and multiply. I have to hold on to those moments because it is really hard work, but those are the moments.
I would reflect on being a recent transplant to New England, coming up here in September from New York City, where everybody works in silos because this is so big. I've been impressed about how it's been easy to connect with purpose-driven people and organizations here. Like, we are in these rooms trying to make a game plan, decisions to increase equity and inclusion in the life sciences here. It's something, a community where you can get your hands around, and I really feel like we're going to get a lot of great stuff done in a very short period of time.
Yeah, definitely. All right, thank you all for participating. Thank you. It's been my pleasure to moderate, and thank you to our excellent panelists, Riz Shiham, Diana Cruz-Salash, and Roz Marshall. We will see you all for dessert in the annex immediately after this. Thank you again, and thank you to the panelists.
I like that ending. That's like really, that's really good. I like that. That's like great job. A fun way to end. Thank you. Thank you. Audience time. I love all the audience. They all just like yes. That was so good. Yes. Oh my God, I was like 3 minutes of the I felt like energy.